bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum.
Hello. How are we all doing this fine evening?
What the fuck is this? A MILF? Oh no. You missed me. No, you didn't. To be fair, I have been streaming very, very late and late. Okay, to be honest, it's a lot of because of my own procrastination, and also because of me being in a rut. So, yeah, I've been in a bit of a rut. I just realized that I missed the second course that I was supposed to do for my project management stuff. I missed that. I didn't sign up for it like a dumbass because I thought it was on the 28th when it starts, not on the 21st. So that's cool. So, oh well. That was annoying. I have not had any sessions yet, so first one's on the 22nd of June, so let's see how that goes. No, it's not really a professor thing. It's like a workshop basically. There's no way you can really change the schedule on it. It's not happening. I just have to accept the fact that I just forgot like a dumbass. Not that I forgot like a dumbass. I didn't read the numbers properly like a dumbass. There we go. I just basically made a mistake. If there's a word I will always spell incorrectly, it's tragedy. I hate spelling the word tragedy. It is such a weird word. Also, we're almost at 666 subscribers. Oh my god. And the most recent Ben Shapiro video is getting a second wind for some reason. I think it's up to like 5,000 views. It's over 5,000. Probably because of the... Yep. And the ContraPoints video has gotten about 3.5k views. Yeah, it's gotten a second wind, basically, which I found to be rather interesting. Yes! Just things that has been happening. Something. Going in and cleaning up, organizing the classroom the PTSA uses. So much shit. Oh yeah, didn't you run for some fucking, like, parental student shit or something, if I recall correctly? Wow, look at you. Did you win your election? Wow, look at you. You're a president. Wow. Oh my goodness. I was like, oh my god. Oh, there's also a massive heat wave going on in Europe right now. That's the thing that's happening. That's epic. Why would a weird divorced dad want to run for a fucking... for a school board position? Why? What's up, Five Blitzer? Last week of school. Fun, fun, fun. But it's okay, we have to talk about how much we love Fortnite now. We like Fortnite, 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 you like Fortnite, we like Fortnite, we love Fortnite, we like Fortnite, we love Fortnite, we love Fortnite, we love Fortnite. Alright. My school going to Valley Fair tomorrow. Don't know what that means, but I'm happy for you. Or sad. I have no idea. Alright. Time to Factorio Max. We're Factory Maxers, actually, Smile? Oh, we got a couple more things we need to set up. Before we can start with our good old friend, the Ligma machine. Right, I was gonna grab some trains so I can program the trains. Right. I would like these things. Actually, no. Give me these. My social studies teacher talked about the Israel-Palestine conflict, and in his words, the biggest fuck up ever. Now see, depending on what they mean by that, that's either good or bad, but it depends on what is meant by quote-unquote the biggest fuck up ever. That can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Just what the British, then the US did. I mean, that's true. It is always important to acknowledge what Israel has also done, obviously, because a lot of this is spurned on basically from Israel itself. But it is accurate to say that the British also has had a large... there's a big reasoning that the British have had a large effect on the actions within the region. Especially with the Balfour Declaration and whatnot. That pile of shit. Alright. Shit we needed to import. Medium power poles. There's the oxygen, and there is the chlorine. Now for the Cottonite. Lovely. these trains are going to start doing their thing. Add refueling interrupts to all these, and these guys should be pretty much all fine and dandy to go. Import empty cargo inventory. Huh? Costing millions of people to lose their homes over was a piece of land. Years ago, from the Roman ideals, just got handed to them after World War I. Basically, the thing with the British is that they kind of majorly screwed up. Oh, it's because of the... There we go. Alright, problem fixed. Lovely. Well, a lot of the reasoning for as to why the British ended up doing what they did was because Balfour himself was also very anti-Semitic. Quick reminder. What was becoming popular back during that time? Anti-Semitism was becoming popular again amongst the European powers. Why? Guess who you can blame for that? The French. They started making anti-Semitism popular again circa the 1850s. So yeah. Ugh, I'm having big old frame drops. I think I might have way too much shit going on in this save, and the game does not like that. But when a lot of people say when in doubt, blame the British, that's what they mean. Because, like, unironically, when in doubt, blame the British. Lovely. We have our chlorine, we have our oxygen, and we have our cottonite. Although, honestly, it's going to be kind of awkward to bring the cottonite up to the fields. I plan on growing the cottonite up over here, I think. Chlorine is probably going to go over here. I think I have a lot more room for cottonite growing over here in this particular direction in comparison to going over here. And we don't need as much growth from the chlorine salts because the chlorine salts grow very fast. About 30-second growth time. That's very quick. Very, very quick. So, We're gonna set up basically a defensive perimeter of a lot of jabronis. I actually cannot use these splitters whatsoever. That's actually bad. I can't use these belts either because they will be destroyed by the corrosive acids. So these need to be gotten rid of. I have to come here with the fast belts. Need our red belts for this. But we gotta do some more landscaping, and then to prep our biochambers. And to plan the growth of what we need to grow here with the biochambers. So, the recipes we need. So, this is for the construction of caloric fuel, which means we need acid file lichen. We need this recipe. We need to also make nutrients. We need to make this, the caloric fuel. We need to make nutrients using this recipe. Oh, we can use this also manually to kickstart everything. Fantastic. It's great. Because we're not using this shit. Absolutely the fuck not. And we also need to make a bunch of stone with acidophile lichen. Acidophile lichen. Because acidophile lichen spoils pretty quick. In 5 minutes. And that's going to be our source of stone because we don't have any better sources of stone. Besides the acidophile lichen. I guess there's also the caloric fuel, but the caloric fuel is going to be used for other stuff. Yes, we are all aware of the nonsense with the Palestinian Grand Mufti. And how a lot of dishonest actors will use the Hitler talking with the Palestinian Grand Mufti to say that Palestinians are inherently Nazis, which is just not true. It's fucking stupid. Obviously. It's like saying all the Baltic nations are all fascist inherently because they decided to side with the Nazis as a byproduct of getting invaded by the Soviet Union when they were promised their independence by Lenin. And the Baltic states were particularly pissed about that. For, I would say, pretty good reasons, because Lenin promised them their independence. They got their independence, as promised by Lenin, and then Stalin decided to invade them. So the Baltic states were understandably kind of pissed, saying like, what the fuck? You guys are kind of assholes. What the hell? Not a lot of great locations for me to dump. I love politicians. It's my favorite thing on the planet. take the Cottonite up this way. We'll start planting the cotton. Now, the Cottonite has a... does not have nearly as close to a quicker growth cycle in comparison to that of the chlorine salts. It's about 2 minutes in comparison to 30 seconds, which means we probably are going to want a lot more Cottonite growing in comparison to chlorine salts. Considering those noticeable differences. I mean, you mentioned Britain, not specifically like Balfour, but I guarantee you, like, you will probably be leagues ahead in comparison to most Americans in terms of their understanding of the history behind the conflict and as to why the conflict exists in the form that it does. But then again, bar on that one is kind of low. So, eh. Okay, so we can't use splitters as well for this shit, which is kind of annoying. Ugh. Oh, time for more landscaping.
Pepe, why are you gay?
You know what? Sacrificial MILF, I'm going to say that an intervention is required. Your obsession with trying to gay jacket me is... it's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Why do you keep constantly doing that, Sacrificial MILF? Gay jacketing? Kind of weird, kind of weird, kind of weird. What the? Daho is weaponizing wokeness against the woke? Now, Sacrificial MILF, how dare you ever operate under the assumption that I would want to be treated in this gay libtard way? How dare you? How dare you? I can't believe that Fiblitzer looked at the history. That's crazy. How dare these gay libcucks look at some history? How dare they? Output priority this way. I want to make sure that this is constantly cycling. Obviously. Because I don't want any jams. Because jams are bad. Well, time to deal with this temporary nuisance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Letting children be able to have their own opinions in the year of our Lord 2026? I don't know, seems kind of homosexual. And gay. Not treating children like complete homunculi? I don't know, that seems kind of woke. I know that Sacrificial MILF would prefer nothing more than her children to be treated as complete fucking troglodytes. Because that's what's expected of women. To treat their children like absolute dookie butter. Very important. The conservative mind has a problem comprehending such things. You fucking with the women, am I right, fellas? Women. Starts laughing profusely about women. I mean, that's what happens when you're the largest empire in the world for a couple hundred years. You fuck up a lot of stuff. It's a bit of a shocker, I know. Crazy. Lovely. Alright, so the extra mushrooms are now getting destroyed. What's up, Clay? More stone for the stone gods. Dump this stuff, dump that stuff, dump it. He's doing it just for the content. I mean, they're all doing it just for the content. Don't think there's really anything to dissect there. It's not much of a point. I mean, everything that they do, all that these charlatans do is just for the content. Like, there is no, like, genuine bone within any of these people's bodies. Like, they don't care. They know that they're all a bunch of charlatans, right? Like, it doesn't matter. And, like, most people can already blatantly see that Tactical Templar is not honest whatsoever. That he just does what he does for content purposes. It's shitty content, but it's content. It's bad. It's not good content, but it's content, technically speaking. I don't think I really need to look into anything. Oh yeah, Neville Chamberlain did, I mean, you know, that's definitely an understatement. My good friend, Neville Chamberlain, really fucked up when it came to the Nazis. Well, you know, that's an understatement. Neville tried his best, okay? Alright, we got some landfill. Once we eventually start importing in the stone from up top. Stick that shit in there.
Fake news.
Fake news. That's true, folks. Fake news. That's true. That doesn't really surprise me either, Clay. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, all you do with someone like Tectone, especially if you're a bigger content creator, you just ignore him. Like, there's no point in engaging with his, like, buffoonery and his idiocy. It's pointless. It doesn't matter. He's an irrelevant loser who's just mad about the fact that he's an irrelevant loser.
Stupid fucking communist!
This is true. Anywho. While I think about, in my brain, how to do this shit. If I'm gonna use the thing for the defense, I'm gonna have to bring all my fast belts and stuff up here. That's kind of annoying. That's fine. I'll figure out a way to make it all work. I'm gonna have to fucking cook up some fucking bullshit here. It's gonna be done with a lot of long inserters. But I'll come with something. But all you really can do at this point is just call a Tectone a fat, bald loser, and then you just move on with your life. It's like, you're a rapist, and you're bald. Suck my balls. All right. Needed to get a quick dunkery do on the blue Maggo real quick. Okay, gotta get started though. Not like you don't need to be concerned, Clay. You really don't. Like Tectone's not gonna do shit. He's not gonna do shit. No one in like Tectone's like dumbass fucking orbit. Because the only way that there could be a potential problem is if Valkyrie starts to address it. Just ignore Tectone. He's just a stupid like drama mongering little loser who's just mad about the fact that his career is basically crashing out and dying because of the fact that he is a rapist. Like, that's really about it. Like, who the fuck cares about Tectone's community? Tectone's community comes from fucking Asmongold. And most of those guys don't like him anyways. He's pretty, like, he's dead in the water. It doesn't matter. Acknowledging him is what he wants. So he's just gonna keep trying to be like a stupid, annoying loser. Because he wants attention. Like, that's what he wants. That's why he's doing it. So, you just ignore him. There's no point whatsoever in looking at anything he says. Getting fucking memed. What's I doing? Right, pulling up Ben Shapipi. I got a little distracted. Man. This is fucking awesome. Now this is content on a silver platter right here. Alright, let's get started with this. Oh my absolute goodness. Ben Shapiro is doing a fucking Let's Play of Fortnite. Dude, this is fucking awesome. Holy shit. God, imagine being like so ridiculously desperate because of your flailing fucking prominence. I'm just curious. What are some of the views, like, view counts that he's getting on some of his videos? Take a look. Not the shorts. Oh, you know, he hit 6 digits here on one video. Oh, good job, Ben. But if we keep scrolling down, yeah, it's he's not doing exactly the best. I mean, 6 digits, I guess, on like video essay content, because he's been doing like a bunch of his like shorter form content has been doing pretty fucking terrible. Like, I guess mostly with his fucking segments, most of them don't even hit 6 digits. Like, that's really, really bad. And even like, again, this is a guy with like 7 million subscribers on fucking YouTube. Not being able to get millions of views on most of your videos is just not great. I'm gonna be honest here. Now, I'm not gonna pretend to be like a Fortnite expert. I've never played Fortnite before. Yeah, shocker, I know. But then again, if you look at the game that I'm playing on my goddamn screen, it's Factorio. That's mostly why I don't play Fortnite. But, you know. Ben Shapiro is like one of those kinds of dudes who is just like,
I would never want to get into video games because I just think it's like they're like weird.
and it's for kids or something or whatever the fuck. So I find it very strange that Ben Shapiro, I guess, to try to scrounge up some kind of views from his flailing fucking channel, is trying to like play Fortnite and do like what I can only assume is a how do you do, fellow kids, like about like 10-15 years too late. What is this?
Footsteps on your screen. Oh, someone right in front of you. Aim downwards, aim downwards.
Yo, nice aim, dumbass. Wait, why the fuck are they also getting Michael Knowles into this as well? Seriously? why is Michael Knowles also playing? It's just weird, bro. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, any, like, incredibly impersonable motherfucker like Michael Knowles and Ben Shapiro trying to do everything possible in order to look as personable as they can is immediately always just going to be a complete, utter, well, failure.
Oh, someone else killed him. Oh, you got ran over by a car.
Wow.
What the fuck is this, bro? What? Also, who is this chick? Who are you? Yo, nice fucking, I don't know, AI skin inserts for your fucking shitty Fortnite video, Ben. Dude, this is fucking insane, man.
So you have to explain to me what this game is, why it exists, and everything. I know nothing about this other than I've seen a bunch of dumb children doing a dance that they call the Fortnite dance.
We like Fortnite.
We like Fortnite. Okay, this is... God, I forgot. I've not watched a Ben Shapiro video in a fucking while. But this is like a thing that Ben Shapiro started doing like a while back. With his like fucking producers or something. For whatever reason, the way that Ben Shapiro likes to jingle keys to the boomer audience that engages with his like terrible fucking content is basically just by, oh, hey, you know, how about we just play a bunch of random fucking movie clips or some shit, and that's how we're going to jingle keys to all the geriatrics that watch our fucking audience or something. Like, okay, bro. The good one, I guess, Ben. We like
Other than that, I don't know
Fortnite.
anything about it.
So Fortnite is a genre of video game called Battle Royale, where a bunch of players drop out of the sky, land on an island, and you pick up weapons and you fight each other until there's only one person standing. Fortnite is one of the most popular games to ever come out. At one time, they recorded, I think it was like 45 million players playing it once, with like hundreds of millions of downloads. We're gonna have you drop in. We're gonna see how you do. I'll teach you how to play it.
Okay.
Before we start, I think you should choose your skin.
So you got Stormtroopers, you got Vader, Han Solo. Okay, got like the full Star Wars.
Star
I'm a
Wars.
Star Wars guy,
Yeah, no, me too.
yeah.
So that's good. I'm very tempted to use Palpatine.
Should I do it?
Do it. But instead I'll go with young Harrison Ford, probably.
Wow.
Wow.
So let's push X.
Okay.
Choose him. Now push circle. Perfect. Now we'll push this button here 2 times. Yep. 1, 2.
What is this? Fucking random Daily Wire third stringers are teaching boomer fucking conservative dad how to play fucking fork knife. Okay, like, I'm so curious. Genuinely, who amongst the Daily Wire thought this was a fucking good idea? Like, that's my question. Like, why, bro? Like, seriously, why the fuck are we doing this? Why is this the current content that's on Ben Shapiro's goddamn channel? Like, bro, imagine having this, like, fawning piece in the New York Times of you being called the fucking cool kids philosopher, and now you've been reduced to doing, like, dog shit Let's Plays from, like, I don't know, from, like, 10-15 years ago. Like, oh, how the mighty have fallen.
2,000 years later.
Okay, so now this is the warm-up. You got 52 seconds. So you can see you walk around, move around. X is going to be your jump button. Perfect. And then
Running into a tree.
running into a tree. Woo! Now you're in the water.
You can swim.
Sure, man.
Please help me.
Interesting.
So if you want to use that look button to look the other way, you'll turn the other way.
You can float and
You can
swim
jump
at the
in.
same
Wow, you can
time.
dive. Okay, interesting.
So now we're in the bus.
Oh, that's hot.
All the players that are in this lobby,
Jesus
the 97
Christ.
of them, are in this
Whoa,
bus.
okay.
Yeah.
Bro, okay, why are we doing this for the fucking... I will never understand why the Daily Wire does the fucking key jingles, bro. Like, this is so fucking stupid. Honestly, I think maybe the reasoning for as to why the Daily Wire is probably doing this in particular is because they're trying to appeal to, a younger audience, you know. Conservatives need, in order to be able to, for example, get at, have people believe in conservative ideology. Because the older you get, the less likely you are probably to start believing in conservative ideology. The whole idea that, oh, you know, the more you pay taxes and the older you get, the more conservative leaning you are. It's like, that's not really true. Not exactly. No real evidence pointing that that's the case necessarily. No, in reality, the likelihood that Ben Shapiro is probably doing this is just purely for the fact that he needs to, like every other conservative, make sure you get them young and inoculate them to all of the extremely, well, dogshit propaganda that conservatism generally has and is, in order to propagandize the youth as early on as possible.
So at any point that you choose, you're going to push the X button.
Jesus
You're gonna come out in a
Christ.
parachute, and I'll show
What are
you
the other
how it
What are the
goes.
other controls?
So use your stick on the left. So I push X now so that you free dive. There you go. You can use your stick on the left to kind of move around, see where you want to go. If there's any place that looks interesting, your look button. See if you can look down the other way. The controls are.
Yeah, so far I'm doing great.
Yeah, you're doing great. That's great. Way better than I did.
You're really good at falling.
This isn't flying, this is falling with style.
Just like socialist power.
Bro. Oh, and now he's gonna fucking somehow ham-fist in socialist politics into all... Jesus Christ, man. Oh, man, bro. Jesus Christ, man. This is really fucking bad, bro. Like, this is so fucking bad. Ben, you might not want to look at the statistics there, buddy, but socialist policy is pretty fucking popular. It turns out.
Honestly, it's all fun and games until you hit the ground.
Exactly. Alrighty, so I'm gonna jump over that wall using X. Good. I try to look in front of you. Yeah. All right. So if you look to your right, there are some bullets on the ground right there that you can pick up.
Interesting.
You push. There you go. Oh, there's your first gun right there, that green thing. So you're gonna go next to it and push square. You have to move around a little bit. There you go. Okay. Now push the R1, the top right bumper. Now you have a gun in your hand.
Oh, okay, and how do I shoot this gun?
You push
Jesus
the bumper
Christ,
under R2,
man.
And then you aim with L2.
L2s.
Oh, you're getting shot at. You better run.
Bro, why? Okay, God, why? Okay, I think I now fully understand why I think wholeheartedly refuse to watch, like, Ben Shapiro fucking videos. I think I just get mostly annoyed about the fact that he just... Dude, it's the fucking dumb fuck movie references. Like, bro, why are these here? What is this? What are we doing here, bro? Like, unironically. Why does he keep playing all these, like, stupid, goofy, fucking movie references? Like, what is the point of all this? Why is he doing this? Why is he like this? Why is Ben Shapiro Ben Shapiro? I just don't it's strange to me. I just don't get it.
Someone right in front of you. Aim downwards. Aim downwards. Oh, guy right in front of you.
He's trying his best.
Oh, someone else goes. Oh, you got run over by a car.
Wow.
In a little bit, I'm going to try to get into teaching you how to build in this game, but first let's learn how to aim and shoot and that stuff. All right, so there looks like there's some guns on the roof of that building if you want to land on that roof.
There's beer as well.
What?
It's not beer.
Those are bandages.
First aid.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
Can I pick it up or no?
Yeah, you got to walk until, there you go. Now you can
Jesus
shoot.
Christ.
Okay.
Now the gun I think is to your right, so let's look to your right. There you go, it's a pistol.
Oh, no. Well, this is going so poorly.
Okay.
You gotta check your surroundings.
You got to, every game you're going to get a little bit better.
I don't know. I feel like this is a pretty actually. I think this perfectly encapsulates the sort of conservative mind. I'll be honest here. Lack of sort of like object fucking permanence. I feel like that's a very, very common thing, especially with like conservatism. You know. Honestly, I think this is like perfect for Ben Shapiro because it just sort of like lays out perfectly just how just like critically incapable and unaware of like a sort of like political advocate Ben Shapiro is. You know, maybe honestly maybe this is perfect. It's just a great showcase of just how fucking terrible Ben Shapiro is.
until you finally like
In general.
successfully shoot somebody.
Anything's better than that, though.
That was really quite terrible.
That is true.
What the fuck is... Why was there a Filthy Frank clip? What the fuck? Dude, this is the most... It's so how do you do, fellow kids, looking ass energy I have ever seen. Like, it is the most how do you do, kids thing I think I have ever seen possible. Oh my lord. Honestly, I think it is just a perfect encapsulation of just how Ben Shapiro is just shit in general, Clay. Not just terrible at fucking games, just how terrible he is in general. As like a human being, as like a person. Like, God, dude. Although, honestly, you don't need a video game in order to be able to come to that fucking conclusion.
What do you get if you win?
People who have no hopes are easy to control.
You get to pat yourself on the back. I
Yeah,
guess.
it's a video game. I forgot. I was not much of a video gamer when I was young. Basically my video game experiences ended with Quake.
With Quake.
It was like 1996 PC.
Wait, you played...
This guy's good. But look how, like...
Wait, you played Quake? But you're terrible with Fortnite? Okay, hold on. We need to deconstruct that a little bit. Okay, so he used to play a bit of Quake. I'm going to assume that he probably was like more of a casual at Quake. But how does that not transfer to fucking Fortnite, dude? It's a little different. Like, I mean, the building mechanics are there, but like you still... The elements of trying to like look around and shoot are still there. The perspective is different, so I guess there's like you have quite a big bit of variance in terms of that. But bro used to play fucking Quake, and now like Fortnite is like too much of a hassle for him. Like, okay, bro, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Tuned in he is.
This game came out when I was in high school, and it was like extremely hard to get a win because you're going against 100 other players. So every time I would win, I would like post it on my social media. I'd be like, "Hey, let's go!"
It turns out that, as you found out at the Daily Wire, that's not equate to upper income trajectory.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
You just end up playing yes or no with Michael Knowles.
Exactly.
First of all, Professor, I'm really glad that they allow underage drinking on this show now. That's really great that they do it 12 years old. That's outrageous.
Let's see where you.
Wait, what the fuck? What? Dude, it's just the ham-fisting of the memes. I just don't get it. Again, it's the most how do you do, fellow kids energy ever. Like, how do you do look ahead ass? Like, how are you, fellow kids? Whoa, look at us. Do like our little song and dance to appeal to the kids or something. Like, bro, what the hell is going on? Jesus Christ, man.
Where is away from people?
You want to go? You just want to land like in the middle of the forest. You see,
Yeah,
you see all those trees down there? Those yellow trees.
Yes.
Try to land like in those yellow trees.
Okay, sounds good. Because if there are other people, I'm gonna get killed immediately.
Online shopping has created one of the weirdest modern rituals.
What? Get your fucking yee head at a Shopify sponsors Ben Shapiro. Get the hell out of here. I don't care about your goddamn ad. Fuck you.
Shopify.com/Shapiro.
Jacob, you should have done a round first.
I should have done a round
Yeah,
first.
we have to see what it looks like when somebody knows what the hell they're doing. Does this? Okay.
Okay, so that you found your first chest. So that's a chest. You got to back up from it a little bit until it says.
What? Why? Why are they like this? Do we need to jingle the keys so badly for conservatives? Do they like never pay attention to any of this? To anything? I mean, I guess that's why this video is fucking doing terribly. Like, bro. Okay, man. Jesus Christ, bro. Alright.
The hold square. Try to look at it more. Like gear your camera to look at it. Down a little bit. Now jump on it.
So close.
Why not?
Back up a little bit.
I'm literally right here.
Now back up just a tiny bit. There you go.
There you go.
Wait, no, forward a little more. A little more. Back up.
This is retarded.
It's just like surgery.
He doesn't need a chest cavity. Good.
You got it. Oh, you had it. You see how it pops up? There you go. Now let's see what came out of it.
Okay,
Oh,
other
you
down.
got a nice.
Okay, that's good. I'm gonna pick this up now. I feel like that'd be useful. This is what I want.
There you go.
Okay, and now I switch
Now
to...
you also picked up a shield. It's that blue jug that you
Okay.
have. So type the R1 again 2 times. 1, 2. Now push the shoot button.
Okay.
So essentially you drink that and it gives you an extra 50 HP.
So good and tasty.
Okay, so just drink the goldfish.
Yep.
Now he feels better about his life.
Where are you? This looks like the Last Samurai.
If he does not shoot me, I will kill him.
What the fuck is this, man? I feel like it's like me just like sitting here and just like watching a dog shit fucking Ben Shapiro video. Like what the fuck? Like what are we doing here? Seriously. Well, like what is this? Like, I'm being so for real right now. Why is Ben Shapiro like this? Why, like, what is being accomplished here? I don't understand. It's a little confusing to me. Yeah, man. Well, look, God. Shitty old movie references. Has to jingle the keys at all times for, like, the boomer audience or something. Like, I don't even know, man. Like, God, this is so fucking boring, bro. Maybe, honestly, I think I'm starting to figure... Honestly, no. Here's what it is. I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring it out in real time why Ben Shapiro's channel is, broadly speaking, dying. It's because if he does anything else besides, like, make terrible political analysis and political content, he's just a really, really, really bad fucking content creator. Like, I'm going to be honest here. Not to say that I'm, like, anything special either. I don't think I'm anything better in particular. But, dog, like... No one is asking for the Ben Shapiro let's play fucking Fortnite let's play in the year of our Lord, the big 2026. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody wanting that. Like, the only reason why people want to ever listen to any of the dreck that comes out of Ben Shapiro's mouth is for his shitty fucking political takes. That's what Ben Shapiro exists for. Nobody cares about any of this bullshit. Nobody cares about the fact that Ben Shapiro is just, like, faffing about in Fortnite, just being terrible at the game. It's just, like, that's, like, kind of to be expected. Like, yeah, whoa, Ben Shapiro is a goofy-ass boomer trying to look popular with the kids because he probably is looking at the metrics of his fucking channel and thinking, guys, we kind of need to do something in order to get at the youth because, I don't know if we know this, but this is a thing that's happened fairly recently, but Ben Shapiro had to let go of a bunch of employees at his fucking company. Why? Because of the fact that nobody's fucking watching his dumbass bullshit anymore, right? A lot of, and I've said this before, the thing with specifically Ben Shapiro and the current sort of right wing, for lack of a better term, is they are not interested in the pseudo-intellectual hack anymore, which is Ben Shapiro's sort of position. Nobody cares about that anymore, right? What the right explicitly wants and demands for at this particular point in time, especially in terms of their propaganda, is the complete just vibe... Not vibe coded, I was going to say vibes coded, but the complete just vibe, nothing really matters, facts don't matter, blah, 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 blah. Just say, like, whatever in order to get whatever prominence you can. And just, it doesn't matter if it's the truth, you could twist it in any way possible. It's just do everything in your power in order to get in a place where you are in power in order to be able to enact your will upon an unwilling fucking populace or a willing fucking populace, right? And Ben Shapiro, I don't think really cares about all that. Not that he doesn't care about that, right? The thing with, like, Ben Shapiro specifically is that the interests that he has just does not fucking really align anymore with the general sort of, like, conservative movement anymore. And that's why, generally speaking, he's being significantly left at the wayside, right? Now, you can make the arguments, like, I mean, Daho, if that was the fucking case, then how come Thomas Massey, for example, lost his fucking primary in Kentucky, blah, 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 blah. Ben Shapiro still probably has some form of a prominence, right? And it's not, I don't think it's because of Ben Shapiro. I think that's in spite of fucking Ben Shapiro. I don't think really Ben Shapiro has anything to do with the fact that Thomas Massey lost his primary to like Donald Trump or whatever. Because most young people within the Republican Party they do not give much of a shit at all about Israel. They in fact actively hate Israel, right? They are, generally speaking, very, very anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is unfortunately amongst the Republican Party, amongst the Republicans. Not any of this, like, pseudo-intellectual sort of hackery and whatnot. Which is why a lot of these dudes are starting to lose significant amounts of prominence. Like, I mean, we can keep looking at Ben Shapiro's sort of, like, flailing view counts.
Amazing.
Yes, amazing.
Amazing.
Yes, amazing. Thank you very much, Zane. But generally speaking, the future of the party is being made rather fucking clear day by day, and it is one that is very conspiratorial, extremely pseudo fucking intellectual, and highly fucking anti-Semitic, which Ben Shapiro, it's a bit of a problem for him because of the fact that he is Jewish, right? It's going to be a tough circle for him to sort of square because of the fact that he is a pretty out and about, very proud, avowed fucking Zionist. And the Republican Party has made it very clear that they are, or at least with the broader sort of like younger parts of the constituency, they've made it quite clear that they do not give a shit about that at all whatsoever. So eventually Ben Shapiro will fall at the wayside because of this sort of internal momentum within the younger aspects of the fucking party. Because eventually all those boomers and Gen Xers, they're going to die off, right? And then what is Ben Shapiro going to do? Like, continue doing like shitty like let's plays? Because this is why Ben Shapiro is doing this, right? He's doing a shitty fucking let's play in order to have his like how do you do fellow kids moment. Like, that's why he's doing this. I hope it's rather fucking clear. Like, this is not going to accomplish anything for Ben Shapiro that like he thinks it will. If anything, this is just going to be looked at by a lot of like younger people that he's trying to appeal to. They're going to be like, dude, what the fuck is this? This is extremely cringe. And it's going to fail for him. Because again, a lot of the younger generations, they look at Ben Shapiro, especially if they're younger amongst the right, for example, they look at this and they're just like, dog, what is this shit? It's like, yeah, like, Unc, what the fuck are you doing? Is what they're primarily thinking, Zane. Exactly. Like, nobody's interested in any of this stuff. They're just going to look at you and be like, Unc, what are you doing, bro? You're Unc posting. You look like a fucking loser. And that's, like, it's not going to accomplish any sort of, like, propagandistic effect as what the Daily Wire or Ben Shapiro is essentially fucking looking for. I hope it kind of, like, makes sense what I'm saying here. But, like, essentially, this won't accomplish anything whatsoever for Ben. It won't. It's going to come off as, like, really cringy, just like an attempt to just seem authentic, when in reality we all know that Ben Shapiro is one of the most inauthentic motherfuckers on the planet, and it's just not going to look good, bro. Like, you're gonna be called an unk, you're gonna be called a fucking like poser, a complete loser, and honestly, I would not be surprised if this caused Ben Shapiro to keep losing fucking subscribers. I'm gonna be quite honest.
They change this map like every few weeks, and they just add a bunch of new stuff to it. A few weeks ago, they had like Darth Vader's lair. Oh, you're gonna try.
Take cover, Ben. Take cover.
Hide behind the tree. Hide behind the tree. Hide behind the tree. They're shooting from behind you.
Other side of the tree.
Why are we playing Dark Souls music?
Look up a little more. There you go.
Okay, you see that brick wall right there? I think he's behind that brick wall, right there.
Point down.
I see. Okay. I'm not used to these controls.
There you go. I think he might be. You
want
want to
wait for you?
You're gonna wait him out. Oh, he's to your left. You see the footsteps? He's to your left.
Sure, man.
Hard left. Hard left. Hard left. Yep. That brick wall right there.
Shoot the brick.
Okay, and that's like another problem that I have with all of this is like, why are we doing like it's just the like, you know, conservatives love to complain about forced diversity all the time. Dude, why are we doing like the forced political compass memes or something? Like, why are we doing forced diversity but for fucking conservatism or something? Like, unironically, like, dog, this comes off as fucking weird, bro. Like, it's just strange. Yeah, you know, forced game LARPing, like, this just is not going to fucking play well as to, like, what Ben Shapiro or the Daily Wire, because, again, it's just giving off the energy of hey, how do you do, fellow kids type bullshit, and nobody is going to like that whatsoever. It's going to be like, ugh, brother, ew, 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 and no one's going to be down with that. No one is going to be down with it. It's just... it's fucking shit, dude. Oh, 1000% there, Zane. Yeah, like when Elon tried to flex his goofy account on like Path to Exile, everyone just looked at that behavior, thought it was like extremely fucking cringe, and said that Elon should just like fuck off. Especially when it came out that he was also boosting his fucking account, which was unironically like one of the funniest fucking moments I think in like internet fucking history.
Brick killed a guy.
Yeah, try to run around the brick wall. Yeah, cut that. But when there's noise, like right there, that's shooting, it shows you the direction the shooting is in.
Okay.
You know what? We started with 100 people, and there's 45 left, so you've survived half
Hiding
the
in the
lobby.
forest
Hiding in the forest,
actually
that's good.
quite a good tactic.
It is.
Just gonna run around the forest. Yeah, it's Endor.
Okay, you made an Endor reference, and then you start playing fucking Zelda music. This is like another problem. Like, dude, these random fucking references, the key jingling, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you playing the fucking, I think that's the Kakariko Forest fucking song when he talked about Endor. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, this is where we're just going to run around for a long time and just not see anybody. Because this map is so big that you're only going to see people if you go to like the really highly contested areas.
There is a storm coming, and
Not the storm.
you is prepared for it.
One of the mechanics of this game that
That's
makes
true,
the
Zane.
action, like a lot more intense.
I know, no, that's actually a really, really good point there, Zane. Yeah, Ben Shapiro fucking hates media. He hates art so much. But here he is playing fucking Fortnite. He's playing video games, a form of art, a medium for art. Interesting, isn't it, right? Because, again, we've talked about this concept before, but conservatives, the reason why they despise art in the way that they do is because art for them is about projecting political power, not for, like, creative expression, which is what it inherently is supposed to be for. But it is about political power, political expression. That's literally it. So, well, actually, funny that you mentioned that there, Zane. He unironically was featured in a Tom MacDonald fucking song. Tom MacDonald, for those who don't know, Canadian fucking rapper and a dumbass fucking conservative. Basically, like Eminem if he was, like, really, really bad. So it's interesting, right? He used to dump on fucking rap music all the time, calling it, like, I don't know, like the most uncultured bullshit in the fucking planet, right? And then he participates in a rap song. Ben Shapiro would definitely be the type of guy who would also not like fucking video games, but here he is trying to play a fucking video game in order to sort of have like a how do you do fellow kids sort of like signaling moment. It's interesting, isn't it? Rather fucking interesting. Behavior here from fucking Ben Shapiro. Because, again, Ben Shapiro is not doing this in order to learn about or enjoy the medium, whatever, in like an artistic sense. He doesn't give a shit about that. For him, he's just doing this because he's desperate for political relevance or any form of like media relevance whatsoever. And what's a way to try to get back in the, I don't know, graces of like fucking media or whatever. I don't know, play some fork knife and then like hope to God that basically the you sort of like get treated well in the like YouTube algorithm or whatever the fuck. But I don't think that's really going to work as well as Ben Shapiro does, because again, this doesn't come off as like genuine or whatever. It comes off as cringy, it comes off as like alien, right? No one's going to look at Ben Shapiro playing Fortnite here and think any of this is genuine whatsoever. They're going to think of it as like, Unk, what is Unk doing? Why is Unk here playing this game? It doesn't make any sense. They're going to see it as foreign. They're going to see it as alien. And it's not going to work out in the way that Ben Shapiro thinks that it's going to work out. Like, it's just, dog, it's a desperate, pathetic fucking attempt in order to try to maintain some form of relevance. Because again, I'll mention this consistently, the reason why Ben Shapiro is as irrelevant as he is right now is because no one in the right is interested in pseudo-intellectualism. Ben Shapiro is supposed to be the right-wing sort of philosopher influencer, which is oxymoronic, but whatever. But it's failed miserably for him, right? And nobody gives a shit whatsoever about the right-wing sort of like philosopher king shtick, because everyone's just like, dog, this is like a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of hooey. Like, no one cares about this. And you look goofy for doing this stuff, Ben. And nobody fucking, like, nobody buys it. No one thinks it's genuine whatsoever. And people look at this and will look at him and just be like, bro, this is, like, the most off-putting shit on the fucking planet. It's like, okay, man. Especially with, like, all the key jingling movie references. Especially, like, older movie references that they've been making here consistently. Most Zoomers, because this is what this video is meant to appeal to, Zoomers are not going to care or really know about most of those fucking goddamn movies. That's it. Like, no one's going to care about, like, Star Wars all that much, especially with, like, the older movies and all the stuff that fucking, generally speaking, Ben Shapiro talks about. And, like, the very strange, like, ham-fisted political stuff. As well, that he keeps, like, mentioning over and over and over again. Nobody is going to get appealed to this by, well, like, that's going to be, like, younger, except for, oh, the boomers who Ben Shapiro actually fucking cares about. Because that's who, in reality, Ben Shapiro is trying to appeal to, generally speaking. It is a bunch of fucking boomers. Because that's all, those are, like, the only people who are left in his audience, because they look at him and see, like, oh, well, this guy seems real smart, and he's young, and he's real smart, he's got a good head on his shoulders. And that's, like, literally his appeal now. Same with, like, TPUSA, same with most of these, like, conservative influencer organizations, right? They talk about how they want to appeal so badly to the fucking youth, right? But you look at, like, a lot of the conventions that these people have, and they never draw in crowds of fucking young people. Makes you think, doesn't it?
There is a circle on the map that you have to stay inside of. On the top right, you see there's like a mini map right there.
Yes.
That white line right there that's slightly curved is like part of a bigger circle that you have to stay inside of.
Okay.
And if you look to the left of it, you see that kind of like pinkish purple?
Yes.
On the bottom of the map? That's the storm,
you die.
moving towards you, and you die if
Oh,
you're
okay,
inside
that
of
seems
it.
bad. Okay, let's not do that then.
How do you know how many people are left? Is that the
So-
number
Just
of
don't die.
So if
There's
you-
27 people left.
27
Somehow I
people.
have a,
Wow, look, you got on it. That's good.
He's just been hiding.
this is a good strategy, the hiding.
You've almost made it to the top 25%. If we win a game just by just staying away from everybody, that would probably
I
be...
have a new strategy at that point.
You realize you've been doing this wrong your whole life.
I have been. I've been like just throwing my control at the TV. Yeah, no one's there. If I see someone, I'll tell you.
Not the metal pipe.
Some more guns on the ground to your left you can pick up. Oh, okay, you gotta shoot that guy. That's a monster.
Run!
Shoot him. Nice, nice. You killed one. The one on the right, shoot him. Nice.
Killing spree.
Nice little squat there.
Okay, hold on. You killed two things and you played the fucking killing spree, the fucking Halo message. Listen, this is my autism being triggered right here. This is my autism being triggered. You only get that shit after you get, like, 3 fucking goddamn kills. It's not after 2 kills. It's after 3, it's not 2. Fuck you, Ben.
The look button, tap it, push it down once. There you go. Now you're standing up.
Brother,
I feel like that might explode.
I find it very funny that he plays the Brother You fucking clip when he hates fucking Arab people so much. Jesus Christ, bro. I wouldn't even be surprised if this wasn't the actual gameplay. I think, honestly, Zane, I think this might be actual fucking gameplay. I would not be... Because, again, like, Ben Shapiro does unironically seem like the type of dude who's just like... I've heard all my, my kids... they love playing video games, and I heard so much about Fortnite, but I don't really like it because I just don't care about it whatsoever, right? It's the same thing that my mom does as well, right? There's like, why the fuck would I care about like the video games you like to play? I just don't care about them whatsoever, right?
Oh look, it gave you some more heals. So if you pick up those cans on the ground, you can splash yourself with them and heal up. There you go, push square on that. Great, now push the right bumper 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Now throw that at your feet, so look down and throw it at your feet.
That would not be my first instinct.
There you go, throw that at your feet. Shoot button, shoot button. Not that, one more, there you go. Shoot button.
What's...
That's the aim button,
Okay.
shoot button. There you go, R2. We got one more. Now you have almost complete health.
How do you dance?
How do you dance? Push the down arrow button on your control, and then you use the right stick to select one of the dances on the... Yep, choose that one. Now you're dancing.
But why?
By the way,
That wasn't even the fucking Rick... Okay, whatever, bro.
But why is he dancing? I don't understand.
The reason they
How is
added
that useful?
The reason they added those in there is because when you kill somebody, they watch you.
Because it's funny. Why is the dancing there? Because it's funny. But then again, Ben Shapiro does not understand what the concept of fun is.
5 seconds after you kill them, so you just like taunt them with a dance.
dance, you sons of dance like it's me down there.
18 people left.
Yo, nice fucking Simpsons reference. The kids are definitely going to understand a fucking Simpsons reference. Daily Wire producers.
Am I running around in the forest strategy?
That's
important fruit.
Is there a way to tell where the people are? Like, do the
no, that's the point of it.
They
You
just
don't know,
show
you don't- you run into them. This game is modeled after Hunger Games. Like that was where they got the concept from.
never seen it?
You've never seen Hunger Games?
Yeah, what the
No,
hell?
just a bunch of interviews of Jennifer Lawrence saying that she's
Yeah, how the fuck have you not watched Hunger Games? I hardly watch movies. I've read the book. I've not seen the movie. But I've read the book. I've read the book Hunger Games. It's fine. It's a good book. I enjoyed it. Back in like junior high.
the only female hero ever.
Nobody had ever put a woman in the lead of an action movie.
How did I know?
Bro, what the fuck? Hold on.
Oh, just a bunch of interviews of Jennifer Lawrence saying that she's the only female hero ever.
Nobody had ever put a
Sparks backlash by falsely claiming to be the first woman in the lead. Like, wait, what the fuck is the point of doing this, like, weird culture war fucking bullshit? This is what I mean. Like, one of the biggest reasons for as to why nobody likes fucking Ben Shapiro anymore is it's just the fucking, like, the inauthenticness of it all, right? Like, dog, why, like, what is Unk doing by putting this random bullshit here? Like, why is this here? What is the point of this? What is this, like, what does this accomplish? Unk is just randomly fucking throwing out a bunch of bullshit, and nobody cares about it. Jesus Christ.
woman in the lead of an action movie.
How did I know? I'm retarded.
Also, like, the forced usage of the fucking R word is just, again, it's just cringe, man. It's cringe.
Totally true.
Ben, you're in the top 10 people. I did not expect this. That's crazy. All right.
It's guerrilla warfare. You go to the forest and you wait it out.
But you haven't been waiting out.
That's not what guerrilla warfare. Dude, it just triggers me seeing these, like, terrible fucking references and just portmanteaus of words, bro. Jesus.
Running around the entire time.
In the forest, mostly.
That's true. Oh, you got the bugs next to you.
Shoot. Move back.
There you go. Hey, madam. Take your time and aim.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
I don't even know where I'm... Okay. I didn't like that. That was bad. I didn't like those guys. They were mean.
Okay,
Yeah,
man.
you know what? Why don't we turn around and open that chest? Let's turn around. There you go. Oh, they're following you, Ben.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Shoot up.
Hey, madam.
Pew, 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 pew.
That guy's coming towards you. Shoot him. Nice. Again.
Oh,
nice.
that blew
One
up
more.
last time.
One more. Nice.
Monster kill. Unfreaking believable.
Top 7 people.
Okay,
Top
bro.
7 people out of 100. Just from going in the forest.
I see a car.
You can drive it if you want.
Nothing beats a Jetsu holiday. And right now, you can save up to £240.
Okay, another thing that I genuinely do fucking wonder is how the fuck does Ben Shapiro get away with all these, like, copyrighted fucking clips and music and all this stuff? That's, like, another thing that I have a problem with. Like, how do you get away with that? How does he do that? I guess, like, another reason why I generally don't, like, really like looking at these fucking videos, besides the fact that they're boring and really stupid, how the fuck does this motherfucker have access to so much fucking copyrighted fucking stuff? Like, did they just, I don't know, like, ask for the rights of all of it or some shit? Like, it's very, very fucking weird. Also, we are at 666 subscribers. I'm a devil. I'm a demon. It's Mark the Beast. Mark of the Beast. Mark of the Beast. What's up, Equirl? One thing I've always realized with this type of content, people who use sound clips and play memes do it because they aren't funny or entertaining enough. That's a fantastic point there, Zane. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because I don't know. I've been just constantly repeating the exact same thing over and over and over again, and I've just been like kind of like sitting on my ass, half paying attention to the random fucking bullshit I'm doing in Factorio, and it's just like, wow, I don't know. A lot of this is it's just really fucking boring and very, very much so. It's very, very soul sucking.
Family of 4. Don't miss out. Book now with Jetsu holidays.
Oh my god. Hey, you don't want to go too far there because you have the storm right there. You see that?
Oh, yeah, go back. No.
No, go the other way. Reverse.
Reverse.
There you go.
Get out of that car.
Yeah, let's just hold square.
You don't belong in that car.
Yeah, that car was not for me.
I'm gonna be honest. The Ben Shapiro and most conservative commentators, Boy Meets Mini, all suffer from lack of aura. None of these motherfuckers have aura.
Like that car. I need to turn around. And
You're
look
top
better.
5 people, Ben. You are top 5 people. This is
I'm just amazing at this game. I've discovered my calling.
This is insanity.
You should just be a, what is it, like a Twitch
Sure,
streamer?
man.
Yeah, baby. That's what I've been waiting for.
Charlie.
You gotta aim down. There you go. Take your time and aim them. Yep, there you go. You can switch guns too by pushing R1 if you don't want to reload.
Yeah, you gotta kill the hive or they'll keep appearing, right, Jacob?
Yeah, maybe we should just leave the area.
I'd like to leave the area. I don't like this area. This area's mean and bad.
Oh yeah, you gotta start running. That circle's right on your behind. You're gonna have to cut left. You're gonna have to run that way.
Cannot sprint, low energy.
Less energy than Jeb Bush.
This can't be how you go.
Low energy.
This can't be how you go. Run.
You know what, Ben? Let me save you real quick.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let me. Oh man, no, it's too fast. Oh man.
That's how I died? Wow.
Wow, that is incredibly anticlimactic. You got killed by the fucking storm. Jesus Christ. All right, man. I mean, there's no point in using a fucking health kit in the storm because it does way too much fucking damage. Why would you use a health kit in the storm? You get out of the storm and then use a health kit. Come on, Boy Meets Vinny. Keep up.
That's sad.
Number 5, you got 5th place. You got 5th place.
Wow.
That is crazy.
It's your turn, Jacob.
It's my
Okay,
turn.
that's it.
You want me to...
You gonna tell your kids you did this? Or are you never gonna admit it?
I'm never going to admit it because then my son will want to play it and I'll be like, nope.
Fair.
Yeah, I don't suggest it.
Yeah, no, my kids are not video game kids, and I'm proud of that.
Let's go, Jacob. Show us how it's done.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder why your kids might not be video game kids. No fun, Ben Shapiro? I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm winning this game. There's no shot.
The Hebrew hammer.
Man, this guy is not giving me a break.
Whoa.
Damn, imagine placing 32nd in comparison to Ben Shapiro, who got fucking 5th. Oh, man, dude. Alright, I don't know. Whatever. We're not fucking listening to that shit anymore. God, that was fucking really pathetic, dude. There's no aura, just uninteresting, like, Ben Shapiro. Random ham-fisted references and political jokes in this, like, dog shit fucking video of Ben Shapiro doing a Let's Play. I don't know, from, like, some random fuck shit from circa, like, 15 years ago. Like, okay, man. Great. Fantastic. Very, very cool. Nice try. Yeah, not funny, didn't laugh. Yeah, no one laughed. No one cared. It's just dog shit fucking content from a desperate media company that's just, like, flailing about trying to maintain any form of fucking relevance. Because of the fact that nobody fucking likes Ben Shapiro anymore. Because no one is interested in, like, pseudo-intellectual hackery and his, like, dumbass fucking Zionist bullshit. From coming out of Ben Shapiro's fucking mouth. But, like, yeah, whatever, dude. Like, I guess Ben Shapiro tried to play Fortnite desperately to try to do his, like, best how do you do fellow kids impression as he could. But yeah, I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides Ben, stick to being terrible at doing fucking political talking points instead of just, I don't know, having your random ham-fisted references to movies that nobody cares about, like your attempt to appeal to, like, young people with, like, really, really old movies and media references, and just, like, this terrible, like, attempt at trying to appeal to fucking young people because of your channel fucking dying there, little bro. Yeah, maybe we should not have watched the entirety of the fucking video, but then again, like... Now that is fucking true, Boy Meets Vinny. He did need more Bible Man references. You're saying that for Matt. I don't think Matt's in the fucking chat right now.
True, and... Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and... Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true.
I mean, you know, that's like, that's not just, that's like Ben Shapiro's general segment content in general, like Zane. All he does is key jingle. Like, that's it. He key jingles constantly. Probably because he knows in the back of his mind, nobody gives a shit about Ben Shapiro's stuff. I wouldn't know. He and his producers key jingle all the fucking time. It's very, very common for Ben Shapiro to do that. Okay, so we kind of have some problems. This thing can have multiple things that rot. No, these turn into stone when they rot. So in reality, we change this to stone instead. Although we want the stone. Or honestly, what we could do is... Yeah, we kind of want the stone. And then we're going to filter out the stone. We will then filter out the stone to over here. Because this is going to be for the... This is caloric fuel. This is going to be for... copper and iron from the chlorine salts. This needs acid file lichen. So for that, we need this, which is just one input basically. Yep, just one input. So that's easy peasy. Let's just make. Excuse me. 22 per second. How much do we need? 76 per second. I need 2 lanes of this stuff. That's fine. That's fine. We can make 2 lanes. This needs both spoilage and stone to be filtering out of this. So to prepare for that, what we can do is stick an inserter right here, or splitter right here. Stone. That works. This should not be that. This should be stone. So the only input here is acid file lichen. Same with this, or acidophile, rather. These should remain as spoilage, because this is where the nutrients come in. Five. These both need nutrients. How much nutrients do these things consume? 76 per second? That's not that much. We use the sprouts in order to make nutrients. That should be plenty of nutrients. Yeah, fuck you, Boinsuni. 76. I hate myself for doing that. No, I love the Venom emote. Alright. Yeah, the Pope did do 6-7. That's true. Yeah, but the Pope did that because he thought it was like a fun little thing to do with the kids. Okay. Listen, I will always defend the Wope. The Wope also recently talked about the harm of AI in war, so, and said that AI actually kind of fucking cringe. I did not check out the latest video of Kyle Klinsky about Hassan. No, I did not. I mean, I basically have said all the exact same things that Kyle is probably also going to say in that video. So, yeah. At that point, it would just be content stealing. So, yeah, I don't think I really would have much input. Whatever Kyle says, I'm probably just going to inherently agree with. He is the Dark Woke Commander. Although, there was a section of his live stream with his buddy Kyle. Or Corin, rather. Where he just absolutely shits on Destiny. And that's based, so. Calls like Destiny just as the biggest spiteful loser on the fucking planet. And I'm just like, that's my dark woke fucking commander right there. Let's fucking go, boys. Can we get a let's go for our dark woke fucking commander? That's our dark woke commander, my guys. My dudes. That's our dark woke fucking commander. Alright, so set a file. Because I want to use stack inserters, but we have to filter everything. We love our dark woke commander here, ladies, gentlemen, and those in between. He is the OG dark woke commander, Kyle Klinsky. Now, the next thing that Kyle Klinsky needs to do is to call a Destiny like a fucking dipshit pedophilic rapist, and it'll only be for more and more claps for me. I'll be like, let's go, dark woke commander, Kyle Klinsky, having only the most based of opinions and takes. Our boy, Kyle Klinsky, calling Destiny a pedophile. I want Kyle to go full dark woke. I mean, okay, he's already pretty dark. Okay, he's already pretty dark woke. Not let me okay, not like full dark woke. You know what I fucking mean though. Just go even more dark woke. Just call Destiny a fucking pedophile. Or something. Call him a rapist. Because he is one. He is a rapist. So you would not be wrong in saying that about Destiny, so. Stone. Sometimes we need to create unique solutions to rather complex problems. Lovely. I think Tectone, honestly, Clay, is probably too stupid to understand what Spite is. Same with probably Asmongold. But Destiny only operates out of Spite. That is the only sort of, thing that Destiny understands. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. We do love our underground belt shenanigans, don't we? Sometimes I think we have to become left-wing reactionary drama slop tubers for those conservative right-wing dipshits and losers to understand. I don't think that's necessary. Honestly, my only purpose is pretty simple. Like, if you want to just shit on these fucking losers, I think that's like really, because there is no point in trying to make the right understand. They don't. Most of these people on, say, YouTube and most of these fucking social media platforms, they don't do this form of engagement to come away with an understanding. They don't give a fuck about that. And they've made it very, very clear that they don't give a shit about that, right? There is no point in trying to seek rapport with these people that are not interested in that whatsoever. They have never been interested in that. The only way forward is to just, like, insult and just make fun of them and call them fucking stupid losers. Correctly call them a bunch of stupid fucking goddamn losers. That's the only way forward with these people. Is to just own them with facts and logic that they pretend to have. But that the left actually fucking possesses. Or in the case of, like, people like Destiny, is to just call him a fucking rapist. Or a racist. Honestly, like, flip a coin on that one. Either one works. Yeah, Tectone's a rapist. Asmongold is fucking stupid. Like, his brain barely functions. Destiny's just like a neurotic mess. And is a rapist. Like, that's the level you have to get it with these people. Like, just get at them and just, like, throw a bunch of shit in their faces. And that's it. That's what they want. It's like, okay, that's what you want. That's what you're gonna get. Like, fuck you. Like, eat shit. Fuck you, people. Yeah, okay, fucking Boy Meets Mini trying to become a polygot? Yeah, okay. Fucking Polygot meets Mini over here. Yeah, you're only supposed to speak American. I mean, English. Fuck, I forgot to bring this back. It's been just sitting at novice for a while. Whatever. Because we got some trains we need to make. We have some schedules to create. Important. So that's the acidophile. Okay. I didn't grab stack inserters. I just wanted to take the train instead of running. A new nickname for the Roach King. What the? We'll need Funko Cultural Towers. We need those. Important. What else do we need? Ugh. Asmod scum? It's alright. It's not bad. I do think Asmine Kampf is probably better. It's a good one there from Kyle. That's a good one. Because if Asmongold were to have his way, he would try to implement the Fourth Reich. But it's not actually the Fourth Reich. It's like, no, it effectively is. Do I agree with anything Asmund says? There was one time I think I agreed with something Asmund said. I think. It was a while back. And it was like one instance. But otherwise, everything is incredibly disagreeable. Something around Age of Consent where he actually called out nonsense or something. I believe so. Was it? It was a while ago, Boy Meets Minnie. I don't remember exactly, but yeah. Good job, Asmongold. You're not a pedophile. Good job. You did it. The bar is very low, but at least you managed to get over that one. Good work. In fact, honestly, I've also agreed with Tectone on some stuff. Funnily enough. And that video, I do remember. It was during the conservative fatigue video where Andy Pants Gaming was just like bitching, moaning, and complaining about Siri being the main head of The Witcher 4. And Tectone was saying, like, I don't think she looks bad whatsoever. No, your senses that one on Tectone Equirl are pretty much on the mark. Tectone is a grifter. He doesn't believe in anything. I mean, he admitted it in court documents. He admitted to being a grifter, right? So nothing can be really like trusted from Tectone. So. Well, it's why Tectone is the way that he is right now, right? The reason why Tectone is the way that he is now, Equirl, is because of the abuse allegations that he basically desperately lied and has gone NDAs to try to cover up for, right? That's the thing, right? And that's why, generally speaking, people just say he's a fucking rapist. Now, here's the thing, right? In terms of, because it was a civil case that was brought against Tectone, right? So everyone's just like, it's a fucking civil case. You can't call him a rapist because he wasn't criminally charged. It's just, and you have to think about it this way. Tectone, throughout the entirety of this sort of debacle, for lack of a better term, would do everything fucking possible in order to consistently lie about the abuse allegations that are against him. And he constantly would say that he has stuff that's proving himself innocent, right? And even in interviews talking about this, for example, where, again, we can post the fucking Shamu videos in chat. Shamu does a very, very good job deconstructing Tectone's lies and manipulations. If he was innocent, and he said that he has the evidence, for example, of him proving his innocence, yet he never posts it. Why? Why does he never post his innocence? Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? And he consistently continues to lie about the sexual impropriety that he more than likely has done. I've not been 100% paying attention to what's going on in chat because I've just been constantly saying, like, the case with, like, fucking Tectone. Because, yeah. Yeah, just like you did with the copyright strikes. He never posted them. He never even posted them once. He just lies, right? He lies about as much as he fucking breathes. So you have to ask yourself this question. Why does he keep lying? If he's speaking the truth about anything he has to say, then he would try to post the evidence that he supposedly has, but he never does. Never. Never, ever, 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 ever does he post any evidence for any of his claims. So then why? Like, what's up? Ugh. What I came back here for? Stack inserters. I think we almost have everything for the growing operation ready. No, but Equiral, again, if we're talking about specifically with Tectone's case, is if he was innocent, why would he have to fucking lie about it constantly, right? And that's the case with a lot of these dudes. Generally speaking, the position with most Me Too allegations, and the reason why you take them at face value until proven otherwise, is because, historically speaking, again, most Me Too allegations that were done were just seen as the woman being fucking hysterical and that it should not be fucking treated seriously. Right? When that's not exactly the case. Most women are not being fucking hysterical, but society, in a lot of abuse situations like this, don't treat what women are saying fucking seriously. This is a very, very consistent thing historically speaking, especially when it comes to fucking abusers and abuse and stuff like that. Which is why Me Too, broadly speaking, operates under the assumption of, hey, we will go along with the story that you have until proven otherwise. Yes, but Equiral, you're not You're not understanding the point of like Me Too, the reason why it works in the way that it is, the reason for as to why, historically speaking, for example, it is the opposite of innocent until proven guilty. You are unironically doing the exact same thing that a lot of the detractors of Me Too are doing right now, which is why Boy Meets Mini is, shall we say, getting rather annoyed with the stuff that you're saying at the moment. That's why. Because you're doing the exact same thing that a lot of these jabronis, broadly speaking, operate off of. Just operate under the assumption that the woman is doing it for some other particular reason, to get, like, clout or whatever the fuck, right? That's the problem. When in a lot of these fucking cases, for example, and why it, generally speaking, is operated under the assumption of, well, you listen out to the, you hear out the fucking woman's story, you see what they say, and then based off of all of the evidence that comes out from said woman, you operate under the assumption of, either the woman is correct or the man is fucking correct. That's really about it. That's how it works. Yes, but the problem is that we do not know if they are operating in bad faith or not. So, again, when we are talking about allegations like this, Equiral, you have to operate under the assumption that what the woman is saying is correct until proven otherwise. Like I said before, you are basically doing the thing, right, of a lot of the detractors of Me Too, and operating under the immediate assumption of that the woman has to be fucking wrong, and that, oh, she's probably being fucking hysterical about all of this. That's the issue that Boy Meets Mini is having specifically. When again, you have no idea. Like, you keep unironically doing the thing. You keep saying that you have no idea about the case on fucking Tectone. I explain what the case is, and you keep coming up with a bunch of fucking excuses saying like, oh, like, well, the X is like fucking tilted. And I tell you the exact fucking story. Both sides have to be treated with the same amount of skepticism. They usually aren't. Sure. Which is why I keep saying you have to hear out what the fucking woman says, see what is exactly being claimed by the woman, because for the most part, most people, for example, don't hear out anything that the woman is saying and just operate under the assumption that, generally speaking, the woman is acting fucking hysterical. That's the problem. Same with, like, a lot of Me Too allegations. They also want to make sure that the guys are actually guilty. But again, as has been consistently being mentioned here by myself and Boy Meets Mini, historically speaking, for example, a lot of women's stories get immediately disregarded because either A, the woman is seen as too emotional or hysterical because, ha ha ha, women, am I right, fellas, right? That's a thing that happens consistently throughout history. And in a lot of cases, in a lot of instances when this sort of happens, and how Me Too generally sort of operates, you operate under the assumption that, hey, you need to hear everything out, let the evidence play out, let the case fucking play out, see what happens, blah 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 blah, and then you make a fucking judgment based off of that. That's how it works. Okay, the problem with this place right now is that it's kind of difficult and annoying. To get at a place to burn away all the fucking excess stone and burn away a bunch of the other excess stuff as well. I could just bring in a burning towers to take care of the spoilage, which is probably not going to be too much of. Obviously, there was a genuine concern that his ex had about what he was going to do, and that's why there was a 10-year protective order placed against him to keep him from contacting her and harassing her. Yeah, exactly. That's why his fucking guns got taken away from him, because he kept claiming that he was a schizophrenic, an unmedicated diagnosed schizophrenic that took a bunch of fish oil gummies and watched a movie in order to combat. Which is just like, okay. Why the fuck would you say that? Hello? Are you insane? It's a rhetorical question. Yes, he kind of is insane. Okay, we need to flip around. No, that's not gonna work. This is very awkward, the way these belts are going, because our protective layer slash sprout growing is going to go here, because we need the protection from all the growing of the chlorine salts and the cottonite up here and here. So we need a bunch of sprout growing to protect ourselves from that specifically. So it's going to be a lot of fungicultural towers, which we need a lot of. to have a nice protective layer from all the growth. Although probably we don't need as much near the Cottonite growth, because with Cottonite, its grow time is 2 minutes in comparison to the 30 seconds of the chlorine salts. Now, I'm not sure what the yields are specifically, but I think the yields are probably pretty good, like 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 every single time in terms of ore yields, which is pretty good. And of course, all of the acidophile lichen, or acidophile, rather. Acidophile lichen, which we also need to be thinking about. Ugh. First of all, Tectone should have never had guns to begin with if he has had or been diagnosed with schizophrenia. Now, what's the likelihood that he probably lied about that stuff or purchased those guns in a state that doesn't check for that? I would assume, Clay, that they are probably very lax within Texas. We'll need to make some nutrients by hand to kickstart the process, but this is our nutrient output. We put a priority splitter. Prioritize it this way. So then this constantly feeds itself back. Nutrients here. Nutrients here. Nutrients here. And actually, no. That's our nutrient requirements then. Don't know what the fuck this shit's doing here. Get rid of all this. In North Carolina, you have to do a background check before you can purchase a firearm. Good to know. Again, I'm assuming that more than likely he probably got them in Texas, and Texas, if I were to take a guess, is probably way more laissez-faire. That's just my guess. I think for the disposal, we'll just have to come around this way then, I think. It's a little awkward, but it'll have to do. Okay, so the stone is going to go where? Or there may be a chance you purchase those guns online through online order catalogs to avoid having to carry them through traditional conceal and carry permits. Maybe. That's possible. Just wondering, what else are we doing? We need to get lead. So lead will come here, stone will come here, iron, copper, and caloric fuel. We're just gonna have to kind of suck it up, Buttercup, I think. I don't need these extra rails or signals or stops. We're going to need a lot more of this foundation for sure. Which means I should get the Void Dragon to go pick it up. We should be producing foundation now because the Crucible ship's going there. Speaking of Crucible, I should double check to see what's going on here. I know Canada's gun laws are different than they are here in the United States. They're more strict. Canada's gun laws. All right, looks like nothing bad going on here. Where is our boy? Should be MFA to CB. What are you doing? You're just being chillin'. That's fine. Does Aquilo... No. Emery, Diamond, is what, 1,000. That's not the correct place. Wait, go back there. Go back. Get. Send down the diamond, send down the rubies. What was that, 1,000 to both? 2,000 diamond. 1,000 rubies. Okay. Huh? Oh, generally speaking, with how Me Too allegations work, is you believe what the woman is saying until stated otherwise. It's how it generally speaking works. And the problem that Boy Meets Mini is having with you specifically is the fact that, no, we have to operate under innocent until proven guilty. Now, obviously, in most normal cases, yes, obviously, no shit. Problem is if we are talking about a lot of cases of sexual assault, historically speaking, throughout the United States of America, not only just the United States of America, but, you know, various other Western sort of countries, people would not take women's sexual assault allegations seriously off the onset. Me Too tries to fucking change that. Like, no, you have to listen to, you know, that's the sort of moniker behind Believe Women. And what is this, and what a lot of people, generally speaking, are being dishonest about when people hear the moniker of quote-unquote Believe Women is they just think, oh, you're just saying that you have to inherently shit on men. That's not what anyone is saying. No one says that. Nobody fucking says that. At any point in time. When people say hashtag Believe Women, they're saying do not just inherently disregard the allegations that the women are having inherently from more powerful men, because historically speaking, that's how it used to fucking operate. And that's what Boy Meets Mini is getting upset about. Because you were adopting a bunch of the talking points that they use. Wait, these need fucking diamonds as well? Are we actually for real? Since when the fuck does Foundation also need diamonds? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Fucking everything needs diamonds. Probably need to ship in more than 2,000 of this shit. God damn. Doesn't need diamonds. Now we're gonna start running low on quantum processes if we don't start making hydrogen filament. But we're producing railguns again, which is good. So I can't complain about that. Yeah, exactly. That's the same thing with Me Too, right? You make a claim, and then you need to investigate said claim. It's like, okay, claim has been made. There needs to be an investigation and see what fucking happens. It's just historically speaking, when a woman used to claim that she was sexually assaulted, everyone was just like, ha, yeah, right. Women being sexually assaulted. That's just not a thing. That used to be what happened historically speaking. Me Too says, like, how about instead of doing that, we just say no. We should just investigate the fucking claims, see what happens, go through the proper fucking procedures and whatnot, see if what they're saying is accurate or not, and then make a judgment based off of that. Talking about more of the outsider's take. Randoms online treating issues as if they are true and actually taking action from what I've seen. That's what's happening. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, I mean, that's, again, good point there, Zane. Because that used to happen all the time. It's like, women, well, they're emotional, so we don't have to take them seriously. That's like what Me Too is essentially addressing. Women, am I right, fellas? They do be shopping. For example, someone says something, I'm just a viewer. Not a cop, not related to it. And I go and act as if it's true. Talking shit, hanging on people, canceling them, etc. Well, my job is not that. Even if it's true, even if it's true and it turns out to be true, I have nothing to do with it. I'm not an investigator to treat it as if it is true or not. Yes, but the problem with that, specifically Equiral, is that there is a large amount of fucking content creators and individuals who essentially do everything possible and operate off of the old style of fucking thinking by essentially saying that, oh, all these lascivious whores simply fucking exist right now in order to be able to take down a bunch of men, right? A lot of these motherfuckers did the exact same thing with Pink Chew and fucking Tectone, and a lot of these detractors, like Think Before You Sleep, for example, like unironically would like bring up Pink Chew having like fucking makeup filters or whatever the fuck, in order to try to disregard these statements that Pink Chew was having, and try to do defense for fucking Tectone. That's the issue. We are essentially in a highly misogynistic time yet again within the fucking internet, so a lot of people, broadly speaking, are rather guarded about the fact that, oh, a lot of people tend to be massive fucking piles of really shitty fucking misogynists online again. I was gonna say I need a 2-3 balancer for this, but it had to be filtered. That's not gonna be worth whatsoever. Spoilage here. And this is for the stone, of course. And then, like so. So in your opinion, I watch someone, they get accused of something, I should call them out and treat them as if they are guilty, comments, etc., or just ignore it, so I can't do much anyway, not a cop, and wait for the sentencing if that is the case. But the problem is that, again, we have the sentencing. We have basically everything to operate under the assumption, as I explained before with Tectone's case, that he is more than likely guilty. He has a protective order, a 10-year protective order on him, civilly speaking, of course. So he's not being charged criminally. But we have... Well, okay, well, that's the problem. You keep saying you don't know his case, you don't know his case, you don't know his case. That's what we're specifically talking about. I'm talking about in general. In the case of Me Too cases, like I said before, you believe the story of the woman until proven otherwise. And you don't have to cancel anyone or whatever. You're bringing in a bunch of qualifiers that I didn't really just say or really mention whatsoever, right? Like, you say, like, for example, okay, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, basically, right? That whole fucking case, because this is why, like, for example, this whole, like, rigmarole fucking McGee has essentially become a thing again. Basically, with the Amber Heard case, what specifically happened with Amber Heard is she, I believe, yes, also Tectone does refuse to show his fucking evidence. When he keeps saying he has evidence to prove himself innocent, he never shows any. That's another thing as well. But in the case of Amber Heard, she won her case against Johnny Depp, I think within Britain. It's been a while. I don't remember exactly 100% how this all worked out. But then Johnny Depp was salty about the case within Britain, so then he decided to take the case back into America in order to try to argue for his innocence there. You could tell me if I'm wrong there or not, Boy Meets Mini. I don't remember exactly 100% the case of Depp v. Heard, basically. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't spend much time on social justice stuff, but in most cases you can't bring evidence against SA. No. Most of the time it's isolated. Maybe I'm 100% wrong. Generally speaking, yes. That is the case. But that's why, basically, when it comes to a lot of these trials, in terms of sexual assault, a lot of it tends to be jury trials, right? And you have to be able to convince the jury of the peers, or whatever, that your case is accurate in comparison to that of the I was going to say detractor. That's not correct to say, but in terms of that of the abuser. It all becomes an optics thing and a recounting of the fucking story in court, blah 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 blah, right? And again, with the case of Amber Heard, for example, she won her case within Britain, right? But then Johnny Depp got fucking salty about it, decided to take it to America, and then he won in America through a lot of his connections that he has within the industry. And it all became a dumbass fucking culture war sort of talking point from a lot of the detractors, and that's why we currently have the Me Too backlash that we have right now, broadly speaking. And also, apparently he had, like, help from the fucking Saudis as well, in that case, Johnny Depp. Which I think, this was something that was covered in Matt Bernstein podcast episode. Alright. And we are almost done with all our setup. Now, we need a couple hundred more fungicultural towers. Ugh, almost done. All of this damn setup. Just to be able to get basic fucking goddamn ores. Our protective barrier is almost up. Oh, gonna have to figure out how I'm going to finagle the belts for this, but we need to use our fast belts for this, of which we may have to bring more. Let's just spend more time on SJ stuff in general. It's good to be a good human being and just be aware of others' problems. This is true. This is true. It's like people have said, for example, right? It doesn't cost anything to be a good person. It costs literally nothing. Okay, now. We copy this. Actually, no. We have to come up with a differing side. Because these underground belts are a length of 7. I'm more of a nihilist, good, bad, subjective for me, and it's not exactly like what nihilism is, but you're a moral nihilist? Oh god. Oh dear. But then again, you are Romanian, so that checks out. Now, I mean, what if I were to tell you it is just that bad in Romania? So. Oh, you know, even though it's better. Okay, so this is what we gotta do. Oh, I'm saying you're from Romania, so, you know, being nihilistic and from Romania, it makes sense. That's true. Okay, so we kind of have to do, I think, something like this. Or can we cover this distance? We can. Alright, perfect. Even though they're not entirely consistent, they pretend to be very orthodox. Oh, so Romania also has a fucking evangelicism problem. Great, fantastic. I just genuinely think that being a nihilist is extremely fucking cringe. Why? Generally speaking, there's just too much that I see as worthwhile and valuable within the sort of, like, I guess for lack of a better term, human experience to want to be like a fucking nihilist, basically. Right? And also, to be a moral nihilist, you would have to be, like, indifferent to a bunch of stuff, which I don't think you can be indifferent to. We'll just go around this way and integrate the shit like this. And I guess, like, one of the other problems that I have with, like, nihilism, generally speaking, is, given the sort of, I guess, situations that we find ourselves in, for lack of a better term, I think just being a nihilist at this moment, I see it as like a Like, I understand why people are fucking nihilists, but I see it as, like, a bit of a privileged position. We are currently in a moment where action is sort of necessary. I don't think, because, like, listen, we can all sit around and basically just mope about and be, like, upset with the current conditions of the world, right? And like I said before, I think that we are currently in a position right now to be able to have to actively fight and do everything possible in order to improve conditions on the ground for the not only for ourselves but for the rest of the world, for the future, because I do think that the future currently is at stake right now. Essentially what I'm saying is I think being a fucking nihilist is like cucked loser mentality, and I think it's like a giant waste of time. Yes, and being nihilistic is a thing that essentially got us into the terrible conditions that we find ourselves under at the moment. What system do I use to define what is moral/immoral? I don't really have like a label for it, to be honest. And I guess it's mostly just like I try to mostly think about most things like in a subjective sense, I guess. I've never really like thought about it. No. This carbon. Because generally speaking, I try to be subjective. I try to essentially get into I suppose the mind of another person and try to understand and see what they are thinking. Then we can use the same framework as to make it objective on a metal well, then we can use the same framework, but that doesn't make it objective on a meta level equals moral nihilism. Again, I think this may be partially my problem. I've never really, like, thought, I guess, really about, like, the moral framework or ethical framework that I necessarily sort of prescribe by. You know? I've never really fucking thought about that all that much, because I'm just like, I see that as like a fucking waste of time. I know what I believe in sort of like ideologically, and if I look at a fucking take, I try to essentially be like, as subjective as possible in the sort of takes that I have, and positions that I sort of have and sort of believe in, and just kind of go from there. Mostly because I've never been, like, interested in fucking philosophy all that much. But Daho, you're dealing with something that deals with philosophy all the time. Listen, I haven't gone around there. guess I need to wake this dipshit up. Ugh. But I guess, like, the best answer I would have to that question is I've not read enough fucking philosophy to really be able to know. Mostly because it hasn't really interested me all that much. I use both my individual feelings and universal standards to make my moral judgments. I guess I would say that's probably speaking, broadly speaking, rather, what I also do as well. I just never really thought of, like, a name to it, mostly. Okay. There's a bit of a problem that we have here. I can't use splitters because splitters can take damage from the, I have to come up with probably some very scuffed system to try to feed more sprouts back into the system. Oh, it's almost 2 in the morning. I've been at this for too long. I'll have to think about this tomorrow. Boo. Yeah, I guess I'm just an empath. I guess. Sure. Alright. What do we need to take a look at? Blah, 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 blah. All this fucking bullshit. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Alright. Gamers. We have more things we need to yap about. Especially in the title. There we go. Can't wait to finally get rid of some of these damn fucking tabs. Very cool. Alright, gamers. I'm gonna be grabbing some water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and stretch my legs as well. And we'll be yapping about the stuff that's in the title, or continuing to yap about the stuff that's in the title, rather. I'll be right back. Boo. We're so Barack Hussein Obama, folks. Barack. Alright, well, it's time to despair now. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. Yeah, it's time for some cursed ass bullshit. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. All I know is that there's now a video of the FD signifier and fucking Bad Empanada debate. Do I want to look at that and just mostly laugh at Bad Empanada because he makes himself look like a clown? Maybe I will just for funs. Just for funsies, you know. Engage in like a little bit of metaphorical candy or something. I can only assume it was bad. Bad Empanada is kind of insane. It's a bit of an understatement. Anywho, let's get started with the Troll Despair. So, there was a shooting in a mosque in San Diego. Yeah, pretty fucking terrible. And the two shooters were, well, teenagers. Great, fantastic. This Troll Despair. 17 and 18, Kane Clark and Caleb Velasquez met online, attacked the Islamic Center of San Diego on the first day of Dhul Hijjah, one of the holiest periods in the Islamic calendar. And they live streamed it. I wonder where they fucking live streamed it. Probably on like Rumble or something. We know that there was also a racist mass shooting, I believe, in a grocery store in Buffalo, right? That was streamed on Twitch specifically. I know Twitch tries to take a lot of preventative measures to stop stuff like that from being live streamed, generally speaking. But, you know, unfortunately, some things will slip through the cracks, which is awful, but yeah. But what if I were to tell you that this funny little thing right here, which is called a fucking Sonnenrad, yeah, these guys were fucking Nazis. And I can only assume probably who or what may have potentially politically groomed these two individuals into their, shall we say, actions into doing this fucking heinous crime. But the FBI, they recovered a manifesto. They have 30 firearms and a crossbow seized from two residents. They reportedly had a broad hatred towards a lot of folks. Clark's grandfather, 78-year-old David Clark, we're very sorry for what happened. We know as much as you do. It's a fucking shock. So from what I understand, I think it was Clark, I think, was the one who got politically groomed into believing a lot of the fucking nonsense from Velasquez. So, oh man, it's a situation where we've got a fucking Hispanic fucking Nazi. There are many such cases. Shucks. Listen, if you know about the fucking the phenomenon, shall we say, of the emergence of all these the Mexican Nazis, the Filipino Nazis, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah, and it's just like, I don't know. It's just sad. It's just really, really fucking sad, to be honest. But here, quick mentioning, I guess, from the police and the FBI. So, it is a broad sort of hatred of a lot of people, from what we understand. Two kids who found each other online, built an arsenal, and walked into a mosque. Now, the question is do we know if these guys were part of 764, right? Because we know that 764 is one of the most sort of predominant, for example, like neo-Nazi cults online who grooms a lot of children and minors, specifically, like children, teenagers, into performing a lot of fucking heinous acts online. I don't know if it's been confirmed if they have any affiliations to 764. Let me double check that. Yeah, they did stream it, Clay. Okay, just quickly, like, skimming through an article here from PBS. I'm not seeing anything explicitly mentioning 764, although I would not be surprised if that was the case. Maybe the FBI will uncover that once they start to search the home and whatnot. I mean, yeah, it's entirely possible, for example, that it may have been through consumption of a lot of content. I mean, these two individuals, like, met each other online, and I believe it was the older one, I think it was Caleb, who convinced Kane Clark of a lot of the hateful fucking rhetoric in particular. But hateful rhetoric played a role. Authorities executed search warrants as they pieced together how and why the attack happened. There was no specific threat against the Islamic Center, which is the largest mosque in San Diego, but authorities found that the suspects engaged in generalized hate rhetoric, Wall said. Muslim American organizations were quick to point out that anti-Muslim rhetoric has been on the rise across the U.S. Words have consequences, said Mohammed Gullah, interim CEO of advocacy group Emerge Action. Yeah, I'm not really, like, as far as we could tell, it's mostly, like, met each other online. They probably were a part of a lot of the exact same fucking circles, and as a byproduct of that, they probably fell into some particular, like, right-wing rabbit hole, and then the hate-filled rhetoric made them go further and further down, and then, you know, they ended up committing a fucking, well, mass shooting as a byproduct of that. But here, why don't we take a listen and see what this interview has to say?
I can confirm there has been a manifesto that's been recovered. I would reiterate it's early on in the investigation. We are dedicating every resource the FBI has to conduct a thorough analysis of that manifesto to try to learn what led to this, but I think also more importantly, how can we stop future attacks? So I know there's a lot of questions related to this on the community. What I would just continue to reiterate is they didn't discriminate on who they hated. It covered a wide aspect of races and religions.
From what I recall within the manifesto, it talked about Jewish people, black people, and I think also Muslims as well, were the groups, broadly speaking, talked about within the manifesto. So, yes, we can definitely say that it was rather broad. These guys were real big fucking hateful pieces of shit.
More than just the Islamic people in that church.
Correct, correct.
But especially
Can't really hear the question.
a city that's majority white specifically picked out a site where they knew there would be immigrants, where they knew there would be Muslims. That doesn't seem to suggest respectfully that they hate
I would say we're still too early in the investigation to say that the Islamic Center of San Diego was the specific target.
Mm-hmm.
We are assessing and analyzing all the evidence. Again, it's very early. We're still looking through electronics to give us the answers. But again...
Okay, so for the most part, it's really, really too early to say. And the mother of one of the San Diego mosque shooters called police nearly 2 hours before the attack to warn them her son had run off with their weapons, her car, and a friend. So I believe that would be... Wait, are they both men? Or boys, I guess, in this particular instance? I'm not really sure, to be honest. What? Caleb, that's definitely a dude right there. Kane? I have no idea, but, like, what gender fucking Kane could be, I have no idea. I mean, we know that they're both neo-Nazis, and that's for certain, but, like, sure, there's that. She told officers he was suicidal, but as the conversation went on, she kept piecing together more details that kept raising the threat level, the police chief said. Officers were already actively searching for the teens when the shooting started at 11:43. They arrived at the mosque within 4 minutes. Still not fast enough for the 3 people who were killed, which is just kind of unfortunate. Okay. So, as far as we can tell, to be honest, is, okay. They met online. Probably a part of a lot of the exact same groups. I'm still curious to see if 764 was involved in any of this, in any capacity whatsoever, because honestly, like, this seems to have, like, 764's, like, grubby mitts all over the place, to be quite honest. And I guess it's, like, really, really too early to be able to tell, right? They have to still probably comb through their online history, a lot of the phone records, yada, yada, yada. Probably a bunch of shit the FBI mostly has to go through. It's too early to probably tell within this investigation, but a pattern, pattern of behavior has emerged here. 764, like, and the reason why I keep mentioning them over and over and over again, they, generally speaking, incentivize a lot of minors and teens to sort of act in this particular way, in incredibly fucking hateful ways, and they also encourage a lot of, shall we say, more lascivious actions as well amongst a lot of the minors. Yeah, 764 is a really, really fucking terrible organization, to be honest. Honestly, Clay, I have no idea if this has, like, Asmongold or Tectone written all over this at all whatsoever. Who really knows? I mean, these guys could also be Groypers for all we know. It's way too early to fucking tell. I have no idea. But would you believe it if the right-wingers basically decided to try to make this all about fucking trans people? Because, of course they did. Because, given the fact that we know that these guys were fucking neo-Nazis, it's a rather inconvenient narrative for the right in terms of their hysterics to basically, just generally speaking, do everything possible in order to blame everything on fucking trans people. Why? Because they want to have, like, they transgate to electric fucking boogaloo. Because of course, right? And they will do anything possible to try to blame trans people for every fucking shooting. It's the current scapegoat du jour. So of course they're gonna be like, trans. They were trans couple. Blah 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 blah. It's all trans stuff. Yada yada yada. And of course, for whatever reason, the New York Post was trying to also say that the mosque in San Diego has history with fucking 9/11 hijackers. I have no idea what this really has to do with anything whatsoever, besides to just point out the fact that Islamophobia is institutionalized within the United States of America. If we're saying a bunch of stupid fuck shit like this, like, yeah, have you ever considered that this mosque here has history with the 9/11 hijackers? It's just like, what? Why are you bringing this up? This is nonsense. And, like, I know that Hassan, like, pointed that out specifically, talking about, like, institutionalized Islamophobia is, like, totally the norm here. But, if this were to happen to, say, a synagogue, you would not be seeing a bunch of stupid posts like this from the New York Post, which I agree with. You would not be seeing a bunch of like ridiculous nonsense from the New York Post like this. But then again, that's to highlight Hassan's point there, is that, you know, Patriot Act and sort of the war on terror has not really gone anywhere. It's still very much so entrenched within fucking U.S. institutions. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? The shooting of this San Diego mosque, the biggest mosque within San Diego, obviously very, very tragic. It's very early on within the investigation, so I can only assume, because this is just my guess, that maybe this has like 764's fucking involvement here. But from what we do know is we have two teens here, met each other online. I think it was the older one who groomed the other guy into the hateful rhetoric that they ended up fucking believing in. But then again, there was just one post that mentioned that, but it's entirely fucking possible. It could also be a 764 involvement. Again, still too early within the investigation to necessarily know 100% for certain, right? And from what we do know is they may have been radicalized online through various content farms online. We all know that, for example, on Twitter, hate is actively sort of pushed and fucking celebrated, for lack of a better term. And as a byproduct of them going down the fucking rabbit hole, they ended up carrying a potentially racially motivated attack on a fucking mosque. Now, we don't know if it was specifically targeting that mosque. Again, the manifesto mentions a bunch of differing demographics. I think black people, Jewish people, as well as Muslim people as well. So ultimately, we don't know 100% for certain if this was a targeted hit specifically on the mosque because of all of the, well, not only rises within anti-Islam, anti-Muslim attacks that have been happening throughout the United States of America and throughout the world, but also say like the anti-Jewish attacks that are also happening whatsoever in terms of the rise of that as well, or anti-Semitic, not anti-Jewish, but anti-Semitic attacks that are happening throughout the world because of, well, a lot of the actions of Israel within Gaza and whatnot, which is also simultaneously also causing a rise in a lot of anti-Muslim rhetoric and attacks to also happen more and more, because Zionists do tend to very often be fucking terrorists in of themselves. And I think it was like a couple days later that there was also a Zionist attack within San Diego as well, which is fucking wild. Or it may have been somewhere else as well. I could be misremembering where exactly it was specifically, but I remember reading something about that in particular. But it's just fucking terrible, to be quite honest, that this is like the, I don't know, the rise in fucking hate crimes because of a lot of the actions, well, not only with the who's currently in office right now, but with also a lot of the actions being taken throughout the world by a certain particular fucking rogue settler colonial state in the fucking Middle East, which is causing the rises of these hateful fucking attacks, not only in the United States of America, but throughout the rest of the fucking world. And it's just fucking sad. And they also fucking live streamed it as well. So, I mean, we'll see what happens with the investigation, get more fucking details. And, well, it's just sad, dude. Like, that's really all I have to say. I don't know. I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides that. It's a little sad, folks. I love seeing a bunch of libs right now basically retweeting like a Nick Fuentes fan to try to get dunkery doos on Hassan. I think that's very, very funny. I wonder why they're doing that. Oh, apparently, like, there's also this clip of what Hassan, like, quote unquote, ratting out a bunch of people because of the fucking subpoena. So Hassan names Singham, PSL, answering Code Pink in one breath. On a stream today, Hassan discussed the reported Treasury scrutiny and said the broader target is probably Singham and his operation, naming PSL, Answer Coalition, Code Pink, and anything that he has ever financed. So, okay. So what Hassan is talking... That's not a... Wait. Wow, these people are really fucking stupid, by the way. That's him just saying that there's already a broader sort of targeted campaign against Roy Singham. It's like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Singham is really sus, by the way. Denies the Tamil genocide. He's from Sri Lanka. Interesting. I wonder why the PSL and Code Pink and Answer Coalition are accepting money from him. I don't know anything about the Answer Coalition, though, Boy Meets Mini. What's the Answer Coalition? Obviously, I'm not surprised that Code Pink and PSL are accepting money from this fucking dipshit. Allegedly. Accepting money, but it's just like, okay, bro. Stupid. So acknowledge that Roy Singham lives in China, has been a funding vehicle for political movements and activism in the United States. That is exactly why this matters. Okay, like... I don't know why we're making this distinction here. Like, a lot of fucking billionaires and rich people are also the funding vehicles for a bunch of different, like, political, like, astroturf sort of bullshit as well. It's, like, very, very fucking stupid. I don't know. They formed to protest the Iraq War post 9/11, are close with the PSL. Answer Coalition, Boy Meets Mini? Which means I already do not like them. They're close to the PSL. PSL fucking sucks, dude. It was never about one influencer's Cuba trip. It was about the Singham linked ecosystem, the groups it funds, the delegations it supports, and political operations around them. Hassan doesn't refute the network. He mapped it. Yeah, but isn't there already fucking investigations of Roy Singham within the United States of America? I'm pretty sure that already fucking exists. Tech mogul and philanthropist in Shanghai. Yeah, that's because there's already fucking... Yeah, Congress investigates billionaires' alleged funding of anti-ICE protests. And that's in January 30th, 2026. So, yeah, the Congress is already fucking investigating it. God, these people are fucking stupid, dude. House Oversight Republicans urged the U.S. Department of Treasury to evaluate whether Singham's network should face federal sanctions or asset freezes. Interesting. Interesting. So that's what fucking Hassan is talking about. And a lot of these people are bringing this up. Oh, incredibly fucking dishonestly. Who would have fucking thought? Crazy. He's already currently... Roy Singham, rather, is already currently facing a bunch of fucking investigations by the fucking Treasury Department. It's been going on for the past several months, and that's what Hassan is referring to. But it's okay. Every conservative and, like, blue magatard dipshit is saying, like, Hassan already fucking snitched on Roy Singham, PSL, Code Pink, and Answer Coalition. He's already a snitch. It's just, like, he's not. He's mentioning that there's already Okay, whatever. Stupid. Guys, did you know that blue MAGA dipshits and conservatives are not very, very bright? That's true, Clay. Well, anywho, why don't we get started with this? Talarico bros, we rising up. We are going to win more than likely in Texas. Let's go, Talarico bros. Our fucking boys. Man, this is quite a fucking picture here of fucking Ken Paxton. Oof, that's a rough one, dude. Like what? Your fucking body barely functions because you're like an evil, terrible fucking soul. I digress, though. So there was a runoff election between the Republicans of course, John Cornyn and also Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton is, shall we say, the rather controversial AG of Texas, and he is really fucking shit, man. Really fucking bad. Like, he said that he's been impeached by his own party for bribery and corruption. He said the Uvalde school shooting was fucking God's plan. Offered a child rapist a 1-day fucking jail sentence. I mean, that's even just like scratching the surface, dude. But yeah, he's the current winner of the Texas GOP Senate primary candidate, Senate primary. Keep in mind, President Donald Trump also has endorsed this lazy eye fucking dipshit over here. Shouldn't be really surprising that he's a complete fucking Trump sycophant. I believe there was it was a split primary, and one of the guys who was splitting the vote amongst Paxton and not so much John Cornyn, but mostly amongst himself and Ken Paxton, dropped out, and that's what led to Ken Paxton having this result that he's having right now. But here, some of the fucking controversies. He got impeached by his own party for corruption, paid $300,000 to settle his felony fraud charges. So he's bribed officials to settle his fucking fraud cases. Very cool. Has had multiple extramarital affairs. This is a thing that was happening a while back, right? He was married and he kept fucking his goddamn secretary. He's currently under investigation for a mortgage fraud. Stolen $1,000 fucking goddamn pen. God fucking damn, that's crazy. And he also got sued for fucking firing whistleblowers. So pretty much, like, this guy is just a complete shit sandwich. Complete and utter fucking shit sandwich. Complete disaster of a fucking candidate. So he's perfect for fucking Donald Trump because, oh, obviously everything that Ken Paxton is going through is total fucking bullshit. It's not real. It's fake, folks. And you should definitely be against it. And if you're a Republican, you should support Ken Paxton, which is definitely going to go very, very well because, let's just say the people are not okay with this fucking bullshit. And our boy, James Talarico, seems to be doing quite well in the fucking goddamn polls. Despite the Trump's endorsement into all of this. And the people of Texas are not really fucking interested in this whatsoever, to be quite honest. I think I got the fucking wrong goddamn fucking clip. God damn it. I got the wrong fucking clip. No. This is what I fucking wanted. God damn it. Grab the wrong clip. I hate it. But yeah, I mean, listen. It turns out that the polling here for Ken Paxton not looking exactly the best here for our Trump endorsed, I don't know, like scandal-ridden, lazy-eyed fucking dipshit here. And the current choice that people are choosing right now for Texas Senate, up 4 points, is James fucking Talarico. This is a definite gettable fucking race right here for the Democratic Party, especially if they invest a little bit. I mean, James Talarico, I believe in I think in 1 quarter raised about $27 million, which is, I think, the most ever raised in history. And I think most of the Majority of that was through a bunch of small dollar donations specifically. So it's looking pretty solid here for the Talarico bros to try to gain a Senate seat here in Texas. And I mean, it's wild. We may be seeing a seat go blue, Senate seat go blue in Texas from like about 40 years or something, right? I think that was the last time there was a Democrat from fucking Texas holding a seat within power. And we also know that the Republicans are very much so concerned about this race because of the amount of money that they're spending. I think they're spending like $15 million just on this race specifically. And that's really fucking bad news right there for the Republican Party. They have to spend that much in order to try to defend, well, what has essentially been seen as one of their sort of like home turfs and quote unquote the California for the Republicans.
Choice for Texas Senate. You got Talarico here at 44%. And then look at here, Ken Paxton, a Republican in Texas. The best he can do at this point is averaging 40% of the vote. I mean, I was looking at all the polling I could find. This is the best that a Democrat for Senate has been polling since like 2002. That is a very
20 fucking goddamn years ago, man. God fucking damn. Dude, Talarico bros. This is an opportunity to unironically steal a Senate seat from the fucking Republican Party, which they should be easily able to defend. And unironically, the Republicans seem to be doing literally everything possible in order to metaphorically shoot themselves in the fucking foot. It's incredible.
Very long time ago, when you have to go all the way back since I was in middle school, you know that the Democrat in this particular case is polling well in Texas.
True.
Choice for Texas.
Listen, it's looking good for Talarico bros. And by the way, Talarico is doing literally everything possible in order to take immediate advantage of the fucking situation here. So, as soon as fucking Ken Paxton is announced to be the, of course, winner of the Republican nomination after that, the not special election. I keep forgetting what the term is. It's not overflow election. The runoff election. That's the word I was looking for. For the runoff election, bro's immediately fucking posting the buckshot that Ken Paxton has for all of the various impropriety and crimes that he has. Mostly specifically, this would be the fraud charges that he has. Very fucking cool. And immediately is just posting about all of his fucking goddamn crimes. Because here's the thing. The Democratic primary was pretty much done and dusted, right? James Talarico easily beat Jasmine Crockett, who I think probably would have lost because of just how terrible of a candidate that she is. Because for someone like Jasmine Crockett, she very much so embodies Hillary Clinton. Her sort of like position on all of this is all about me. Whereas that's not really the case with James Talarico. He very often talks about the constituency and what they actually care about. Whereas with Jasmine Crockett, she does not do that. Very much so Hillary Clintonified. All the blue MAGA dipshits were obviously in the tank for Jasmine Crockett just because she was a black woman, which is very stupid, but whatever. I wouldn't expect anything less from all the dumbass blue MAGA fucking losers, but whatever. James Talarico, I think, has a really good shot at being able to sort of take this seat here for the Democratic Party. Because, like, I'm going to be honest, the only instance of like Ken Paxton, like, I've seen of him campaigning and him trying to attack James Talarico is that he's trying to do, like, a Trumpism and he's trying to come up with, like, a nickname for James Talarico. And he, like, tries to ask the crowd for a nickname. And it's just like, oh, God, dude. Ugh. And what he settles on is, like, low T Talarico. And I'm just like, really? But just because he's, like, Talarico's, like, a practicing Christian? I thought you guys liked Christians or something. I thought, like, being Christian was, like, a fucking alpha thing anyways. So you're going to call him low T. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But whatever. Republicans are not very bright. And, like, because I don't know, he's like a nice little Boy Scout or some shit. It's like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking meme. Meanwhile, I mean, this guy has multiple extramarital affairs, felony charges against him. He got impeached by his own fucking party out of the AG, and I mean, he's bribed his own staff. He's had extramarital affairs with his own fucking staff. Like, unironically, like, in so many ways that this guy could be like a perfect encapsulation for like a shithead that Donald Trump likes. Like, Ken Paxton embodies that to like a fucking goddamn T. But here, more and more instances of because James Talarico has been basically campaigning for the general at this point in time, and he's just been constantly attacking Ken Paxton, I think, like, constantly. So him just like immediately jumping on this instantaneously is really, really fucking good.
Something just happened in Texas. The most corrupt politician in America just became the Republican nominee for the United States Senate.
And he has the endorsement of the President of the United States of America. Think about it.
3 years ago, Ken Paxton was impeached by his own party for using his public office to enrich himself and his donors at the expense of the people.
And by the way, it's significant because this is a Republican state legislator that's doing this. Republicans will, like, never, ever sort of impeach one of their own, ever. Oh, and I completely forgot about this. For whatever reason, Ken Paxton's also line of attack against James Talarico is to try to call him Tofu Talarico or something, and is trying to claim he's like a vegan because Trump, for whatever reason, said he was a vegan. He's not a vegan. There's no evidence of him being a vegan. In fact, I think there was like a picture of him eating like brisket or something at like some fair in Texas. So it's just like, I don't know, bro. Like, if you want to like attack him by saying a thing that he's not, I mean, sure, you can do that. Sure, man. Throw all the shit at the wall that you can. I don't think it's going to really work. But yeah, like, it's really emblematic of the Trump administration that they ended up picking this incredibly corrupt shithead to be their main nominee. Meanwhile, we have like the, I don't know, like, embodiment of like a Christian fucking Boy Scout or something who has like not really any scandals. Like, I mean, really the only thing you can talk about is his acceptance of money from Miriam Adelson, but that was mostly for like a gambling sort of like lobby, and not because of fucking Israel or whatever. And I mean, you can have like criticisms of some of his takes or something, but that's like really about it. In terms of like scandals, there's like basically nothing with James Talarico.
That kind of corruption is the rot at the core of this broken system. It's why we can't afford anything. It's why we can't get ahead no matter how hard we work. For 50 years, mega donors and their puppet politicians like Ken Paxton have stolen from us with their bribes, their bailouts, and their billionaire tax breaks. Ken Paxton has gotten away with it. They've all gotten away with it. But that ends this year, in this state, in this race. If we, the people, can come together to defeat the most corrupt politician in America, we can defeat this entire corrupt system. We can start unrigging this economy. We can start raising our pay, cutting our taxes, lowering our costs. We can finally get ahead. It's time to come together. The people versus Ken Paxton.
Real. He's really good at this, man. Like, and I do think that James Talarico is in a really, really good spot in order to be able to win here. Because, dog, like, there are so many ways to attack this lazy-eyed fucking goddamn dipshit. So many ways. Like, the various forms of corruption. Again, his felony fraud charges alone. And here's a good one that you can definitely sort of, like, play to a lot of people within Texas. Is all the fucking extramarital affairs. That's going to be a good one right there for a lot of the Christians, because again, I believe that, James Talarico, yeah, he's a Presbyterian seminarian, right? Which, if I recall correctly, Boy Meets Mini, that's like I don't know if that's like a high up position within the church or something, but that's like significant within the church, if I recall correctly, of the Presbyterian church, which is like some sect of Christianity, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I mean, he's a churchgoer, he's a church boy, he's like a perfect Boy Scout who has like hardly any fucking scandals whatsoever, going up against one of the most corrupt shitheads on the fucking planet. So, I mean, listen, I mean, what else is there to really say? Talarico bros, our stocks are going up, okay? I think it's a great thing that he won over fucking Jasmine Crockett, who would have gotten absolutely destroyed because she was convinced by fucking Republicans to jump into the race against James Talarico in the Democratic primary. For what reason exactly? Oh, because she thought she was being told by a bunch of Republican strategists that she's her, and there was like some random polling that the Republicans made up in order to convince her to go into that fucking race. Unironic fucking true story, but you know, I'm glad that apparently the vegan Talarico over here apparently is the one who ended up winning that primary and is probably going to go on to win the general against this incredibly corrupt fucking dipshit known as Ken Paxton, who is a, well, cheater and also incredibly fucking corrupt. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. He earned his MDiv at Austin Theological Seminary. Yup. Oh. So my man studies the Bible. Interesting. Interesting. Wow. Very cool. Ugh. Alright. Let's just start with this bullshit. Oh man, guys. It's our latest episode of Iran War Watch. Oh boy. Defensive strikes are being carried out in the southern parts of Iran right now. I believe there was some missile site that was discovered in the southern parts of Iran, and the United States decided to go ahead and, well, take it out before it was there was an attack on one of their ships. Because we know there's currently not a ceasefire going on. The Iranians and the United States have started to exchange fire once again, with the Iranians again mostly attacking a bunch of different military bases that the U.S. has to operate, and the U.S. seemingly not really doing much to defend themselves there, and attacking various oil infrastructure because of the fact that, well, the Iranians are making it more and more clear that they are not really interested in pursuing a deal with the United States of America. And should we really be surprised as to why that is the case? The United States and Israel have been consistently lying about the fact that they are adherents to any part of any deal. Because the current deal that the United States is basically trying to get right now is just a worse version of the Iran nuclear deal. Yeah, so the thing that every sort of analyst was predicting ended up fucking happening. And whoa. All of this, like, bluster for the past, like, 10 years at this point. Maybe not 10, 8 years at this point, rather, of Trump tearing up the nuclear deal within 2017 has been for absolutely fucking nothing. And it's culminated in this dumbass fucking war carried out by the pedophilic, avaricious, dumbass president currently in power, being convinced by Benjamin Netanyahu and his collection of morons to do a attack on Iran for what exactly? Because YOLO swag 420. And it accomplished absolutely nothing besides potentially setting up the conditions for Great Depression to Electric Boogaloo. Very, very fucking cool. But, you know, just to, like, talk about this real fucking quick, because we've taken a look over this again. Basically the President of the United States of America is trying to force a bunch of countries to sign on to the Abraham Accords, including Iran. It'll never fucking happen, which just makes me think that are they trying to just inherently fucking sabotage the deal? Because Donald Trump basically put out a threat, I think, where he just copied and pasted a truth that he had from about a week ago and just sent it today, right? Like, alongside all this, rather the day after he had this, like, dumbass fucking screed here saying, like, oh, the negotiations are going so well in Iran. We need to make sure that every Gulf state and Arab state within the Middle East has to sign on to the fucking Abrahamic Accords. I think the Pakistanis, in response to this, said, why the fuck are we being included in any of this? We are not signing on. Absolutely the fuck not. So, like I predicted in my video talking about, like, yeah, this deal's not gonna fucking happen. It's not gonna go anywhere. Oh, the Pakistanis immediately said, like, yeah, we're not being a part of this. Like, absolutely the fuck not. Yeah, that's a good point there, Boy Meets Yeah, Pakistan has sent a lot of aid to Gaza, right? So why would they sign? It doesn't make any sense to me. But then again, like, Trump's like a dumbass who thinks he's like a grand negotiator and he can bring a bunch of people together. I mean, it's incredibly fucking stupid. Obviously, that's not the case. Like, it's just a bunch of people who humor you, little bro. Of course, we have Itamar Ben-Gvir also saying that Israel will not allow Trump to make a deal with Iran. Now, what does Itamar Ben-Gvir mean by this exactly here? We know there's been plenty of instances of Israel doing literally anything possible to sabotage any potential for a ceasefire deal. We know that the initial ceasefire deal, which Trump inherently accepted the Iranians' sort of conditions on all of that, but whatever, was immediately violated, I think, like 5 minutes after it got quote-unquote signed by both the Iranians and the United States of America. The 10-point plan there by the Iranians, 3 of its points were instantaneously fucking violated because, again, Israel has obviously had no interest at all whatsoever in a ceasefire. They have to keep the wartime sort of economy going at all fucking times. For what purpose exactly? Because they're a bunch of blood-crazed, like, zealotous fucking freaks.
שהסכם רע לישראל, כמו שטראמפ עלול להביא מול איראן, יפגע בגוש הימין בבחירות הקרובות?
קודם כל יש דבר, מה שנקרא, שהוא הדבר האמיתי, זה חיי אדם. הסכם רע למדינת ישראל יכול לפגוע בחיי אדם. A
bad agreement for state of Israel can harm human life. Oh, but you know, not the fucking, like, 8 countries that we're currently bombing right now at this current juncture and the genocide that's being carried out. Much to the chagrin of this complete fucking psychopath over here. We're probably going to talk about this at some point in time, but I believe like France has recently barred Itamar Ben-Gvir from being able to go to the country because of how he and Israel have been treating the global Samud flotilla that Israel, of course, illegally detained in international waters because, again, that's like Israel's 3rd favorite thing to do. That's piracy. And they unironically tortured and raped a bunch of people within there. Itamar Ben-Gvir himself also like decided to parade around the participants in the global Samud flotilla for some fucking reason. Because again, Itamar Ben-Gvir is a demon. He's terrible. He unironically wore a pin with a noose on it, and his wife gave him a noose cake after passing a law saying that, oh, why have a trial for any Palestinians whatsoever? Just throw them in jail and then fucking start hanging them. Because that's a law that's been unironically passed now within the Knesset, within fucking Israel. Like, we're dealing with complete fucking demons here. Like, these people are fucking awful. And it just makes you wonder, how can people defend the fucking state of Israel if this is the constant actions and laws they keep implementing to, I don't know, immiserate fucking Palestinians constantly? It just makes you ask some fucking questions, doesn't it?
וכולנו, כחברי קבינט, גם קבינט מצומצם, גם קבינט רחב, גם כממשלת ישראל, לא ניתן לדבר הזה לקרות.
Cannot allow this to happen. That's pretty fucking blatant. We cannot allow this fucking deal to happen because, again, just gotta be a fucking demon. Just gotta keep fucking bombing people over and over and over again. Like, it's just fucking stupid. It's ridiculous. But here, we're now starting to see a lot of dissent. Not only amongst the Republican Party, but also, I guess, like a unified front here by the Democrats in order to push for a war powers resolution in order to stop Trump's actions within, well, the Strait of Hormuz and Iran and whatnot, to essentially just halt the fucking goddamn bullshit that's happening. Because we all know why the Trump administration is basically doing this right now. He's trying to do this in order to manipulate the oil futures market as much as he can, so then a bunch of his like pedophilic, avaricious, dipshit buddies can make as much money as possible, right? That, and also the fossil fuel companies within the United States of America are making an absolute killing right now in terms of profits because of how much gas has gone up in terms of price. Because, again, makes sense why. There's a huge demand for gas at the moment, given the fact that the supply has been shorted by the actions of the United States of America and Israel. Veteran Representative Pat Ryan torches the chicken hawk motherfuckers in the Republican Party who are heading home for the holidays instead of voting on the Iran War Powers Resolution. So this is in reference to what we've talked about before, but the Republicans to stop the War Powers Resolution from being voted on in the House, because the one in the Senate just passed a pretty significant procedural hurdle where it passed 50 to 47, and then it's going to be brought onto the floor of the Senate in order to debate, where more than likely it's probably going to also pass within the Senate when the, I think it's the roll count gets called in order to vote for the fucking bill. So it's going to pass within the Senate, and Mike Johnson had to shut down the, basically end the session early within the House and send people off to vacation for Memorial Day within the United States of America. Why? Because they didn't have enough votes in order to defeat the War Powers Resolution within the fucking House. Which means, guess what? Since it's more than likely, because it's going to pass in the House, it'll more than likely pass through the fucking goddamn Senate. Which means President Trump would have to be forced to fucking veto it. Because it's not going to have a veto-proof majority. That is not happening. Definitely not for certain, right? Unless, like, something crazy happens, but I don't think that'll happen, right? I don't think there's going to be 13 Republicans that cross the aisle, or it would have to be 14 because John Fetterman's going to vote against this because he's not a Democrat, but whatever. There's basically absolutely no way that's going to get a veto-proof majority, and as a result, Trump would more than likely veto it. And since Mike Johnson is an absolute simp to the fucking president of the United States of America, he'll do anything to fucking protect him. Can't be having the passing of this through the House in the fucking Senate because it would make President Trump, who would veto it, obviously, look really, really bad. So then he'd be in a really, really bad fucking position. And more people are going to call this out and just be like, yeah, this is a bunch of bullshit. Again, because we know that the Republicans are not a big fan of the actions of not only the MAGA slush fund for J6ers with the taxpayer money. They're also having problems with the budget reconciliation package for the ballroom right now, and also they're having issues with Iran as well, given how that is starting to affect them politically speaking. Because again, Trump in reality, he's never really given a shit about anyone else besides himself and all of his extremely fucking rich buddies. And if it comes at the cost of the fucking Republican Party, he doesn't really give a shit about that either. So, I mean, it's great to see that it's all inherently collapsing in on itself for the fucking Republican Party because the actions of one extremely, avaricious, pedophilic fucking dipshit in Donald Trump. But here, some additional details here from Bell the Ranch talking about the deal that he's trying to, find with Iran here. Why don't we take a look?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again.
Howdy.
So today, we're going to talk about Trump desperately trying to salvage the Iran deal. Over the weekend, The administration did everything it could to make it seem like there could be a peace deal at any moment. But as the day stretched, an American...
Yeah, the Iranians have said that that's not going to happen. They're not really interested in a fucking peace deal at the moment because, again, you can't trust any of the word from the United States of America or Israel, especially since one of the main stipulations for peace that Iran wants is the war to stop on all fronts. That includes what Israel is doing within Lebanon. And Israel, not going to fucking agree to that. I mean, this motherfucker right here said it pretty clearly himself.
Even those inside his own party reached the consensus that his deal was weaker than Obama's. It seems like Trump started struggling to find a way to frame this as a win.
That's going to be a... That's going to be a big sting right there for the President of the United States, because he's been trying to do literally everything possible to tear up anything of his fucking predecessors. And this was the thing that all of the experts were basically saying as well. It's like, this is obviously going to end in a settled negotiation, right? Or with boots on the ground. It was always going to be one of the fucking two, right? There is no third option. You can't do regime change by air campaign, as much as Israel likes to pretend that it's possible. And it's been made pretty clear that Trump absolutely refused to do boots on the ground. So I guess Trump still has that political instinct under his tool belt. Good job, I guess. Cool. Whatever. Basically, with that under his sort of belt in terms of his like political instinct still, at this point in time, it was always going to end up being a fucking deal. Now, the question then becomes, well, what kind of fucking deal are we talking about here, right? It probably was always going to be JCPOA light, or at this point, something that's fucking worse than the JCPOA, because at this point in time, Iran doesn't really need a nuclear weapon anymore. They have made it such that, well, what is the point of us getting a nuke when we can bring the world economy to its knees through our geopolitical and strategic location with the Strait of Hormuz? And Trump basically has made it such that the Iranians have been able to further solidify and tighten their grip on the Strait of Hormuz, right? Which is a complete disaster there for the United States of America, because basically, what's the point of having a bunch of military bases in the U.S. if they can't do the specific job that they're there for, and that is unironically securing all the fucking routes for fucking flow of oil, right? Because again, just like every fucking empire has done throughout history, the reason why empires exist with all the territory that they have is so they can control all of the access ways and roadways for fucking trade, so then they could be the main beneficiaries of that trade through tolling and whatnot, blah, 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 right? That's the point of all of this, and the point of maintaining all those like necessary fucking trade routes in order to be able to, be the main beneficiaries of said, well, trade. And that's the point of the United States of America, through the petrodollar, to control the fucking spigot for oil production, right? So then they can have maintenance of their own hegemonic power, and to have essentially a permanent sort of position as the world fucking goddamn hegemon through the petrodollar, and of course through the control that they can have through OPEC on the production of fucking oil. Again, since oil is a shall we say, a physical commodity that is used in the production of a lot of different fucking products, having control over that is very, very fucking important.
It seems like he landed on a typical Trumpian answer. Throw in a bunch of unrelated stuff so he has something to point at for his base, even as he makes a series of massive concessions to Iran.
Jingle some keys.
But before we get to that, we should acknowledge that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. The U.S. is saying it hit some boats that were trying to place mines in the strait. Iran's supreme leader...
Yeah, that's not true, by the way. From what we understand, it wasn't boats, it was a missile site, specifically.
Spoke to his Telegram channel and said that the U.S. would no longer be able to use Gulf states as a safe haven in the region. We're not really sure what he meant by that, but it's worth noting that previously Iran...
I'm going to assume that, again, because the Iranians have been bombing a bunch of U.S. bases within the fucking area, what I'm going to operate under the assumption of is what he's going to probably mean there is because there have been like a scandal amongst like the Trump administration and Pete Hegseth saying like, yeah, dog, the basis here, we are wholeheartedly unprepared to be able to fucking defend against the types of attacks the Iranians are doing. And more than likely, if I were to take a guess, that's what the Iranians are thinking about.
Iran had said any further strikes would lead to the war expanding beyond the region.
This is true.
It's unclear whether the relatively limited exchange counted, but Iran has said a peace deal is not imminent. China seems to be losing its patience with Trump's antics and said, quote, "We urge the parties concerned to fulfill their ceasefire commitments, resolve disputes through peaceful means."
So much for the deal that apparently Trump got with fucking China and that he likes to fucking brag about, even though like absolutely nothing fucking happened and nothing has changed between the two fucking countries. It's so fucking stupid.
Trump has reportedly given in to Iran when it comes to the highly enriched uranium Iran already possesses, and seems to be indicating it can stay in Iran and be dealt with there under the supervision of an international agency.
So literally the same thing as the JCPOA. Even though the Iranians themselves, I'm going to say this again, the Iranians themselves offered to send it to a third-party country so they can fucking hold on to it. It really just makes you think, what the fuck was the point of all of this from the beginning?
Under terms that actually seem less restrictive than the Obama-era deal. But that hasn't been finalized yet.
Hilarious.
Some are puzzled by Trump suddenly demanding that other countries in the region sign on to the Abraham Accords as part of the Iran peace deal.
Yeah, that was very
it's classic
strange.
Trump. Don't overthink it. The concepts of a deal that we've seen with Iran are objectively horrible. So Trump being Trump needs something to show his base back in the U.S. as a win. His base will frame it as him beating all those...
Yeah, even though, again, like... I guarantee you, most of the, like... Probably like 70% of the dudes that he fucking listed there are just not, they're not gonna fucking sign on because it's like, no, ew, why would we? Stupid.
Those Arab countries at once and making them all sign a peace deal. Even though it's not actually related to the war Trump elected to start. But that's the play. It's worth noting that the response in the Middle East to Trump saying, quote, "After all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory. Mandatory to join the Abraham Accords." Well, the response isn't warm. Pakistan, in particular, seemed unhappy about the inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
This gives him both a win if they agree, and scapegoat to blame his failure on if the countries don't agree.
Yeah, so the bell's pretty much like on the money there. It's just an excuse so then Trump can just be like, well, I'm going to point at this particular emir here or imam or like foreign leader. It's not my fault. I tried to do everything possible, guys. Don't look at the fact that I'm such a fucking moron. Again, you take the keys out and you fucking jingle them.
Honestly, at this point, it looks like Trump has given up on getting any kind of real deal with Iran and is now angling to get something to show his base, so he isn't embarrassed.
Well, we know that specifically Trump has, there's reports about this, of Trump getting bored about Iran. There's been, like, not leaked messages, but there's allegedly been a bunch of messages about that where Trump has been saying, like, oh, I'm bored, I don't want to do this anymore. And he's getting more distracted with attempting to do regime change in Cuba.
And they feel like they got something in exchange for him damaging the economy. Meanwhile, it looks like Iran is trying to set up a process with their nuclear program and international bodies they can drag out until after Trump leaves office. And they can get somebody that understands reality a little better to talk to.
True.
Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
It's a complete shit show, as expected from Trump, because he's incredibly out of his depth, because he got fucking convinced by Benjamin Netanyahu to do this stupid fucking elective war of choice. Very, very cool. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? We are nowhere near a deal. There are continued strikes, even though apparently they are in a ceasefire. Allegedly. There's still, like, negotiations that are going on, which are going to go absolutely nowhere. And the president is still trying to constantly farm off of the fact that he's a complete fucking failure of a negotiator who, broadly speaking, has absolutely no idea what he's doing when it comes to engaging in complex fucking geopolitical situations. Very, very fucking cool. And in the meanwhile, we are still going to have to suffer all the fucking consequences of the actions of this incredibly pedophilic, avaricious fucking dipshit known as Donald J. Trump. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. I have to show this really quick because it's funny. Four months after its establishment, the organization's financial fund, set up by the World Bank, has received no money from donors, according to four people familiar with the matter. Nice fucking board of peace, dumbass. No money? No money? No money? No money? No money? They have no money? Aw, shucks. How unfortunate for Donald Trump. Okay, I'm gonna power through the fucking China segment. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, folks. Oh my goodness. Oh my days. Trump visiting China, where... Okay, and this is some of the funny clips I basically have I've seen from the whole situation. Xi knows exactly how to fucking appeal to Trump. Big red carpet, a bunch of like people just like sitting there and fucking clapping for him arriving. He knew exactly how to fucking play to Trump's fucking goddamn like insecurities and fucking ego, which shouldn't be really surprising. But yeah. Trump and Xi essentially had a summit within Beijing, and did anything really change? Not really. The general sort of consensus is that Trump basically got like absolutely nothing, and maybe potentially walking back on aid to Taiwan as a byproduct of this, as a byproduct of this fucking summit, maybe potentially like walking back some Taiwan aid, and there's been like some slight changes to agricultural and like tariff policy. That's like really about it. Otherwise, this has just been like a complete, well, seen mostly as like a complete failure here by the United States of America. And I think there was like a video by like Francis Fukuyama of all people. I might take a look at that. Essentially saying like, yeah, it's very, very clear that everyone knows how to play Trump like a fucking fiddle. He's an extremely one-dimensional character and is very, very easy to play with. And it's very, very evident in terms of how he talked with fucking China, how he got like absolutely fucking nothing and is just capitulating to China over a bunch of stuff for no reason because he's really fucking stupid. Obviously, Fukuyama put it in a much nicer way in comparison to myself. But I don't know, some of the fucking details here. So what? Trump had a trip to Beijing, first presidential visit in about a decade, with much fanfare but little clarity about what was actually achieved. So basically nothing. He said on Friday he and Xi Jinping settled a lot of different problems that other people wouldn't have been able to solve. So nothing. My guess is that despite all the ceremony and summit theatrics, that at the end of the day, the summit will not be that significant, said Amanda Heiso, the China director at the Eurasia Group, an advisory and consultancy business. The core of the relationship has not changed. So, obviously, Trump was trying to do, like, a bunch of China trade hawkery with his dumbass fucking tariff scheme, which obviously pissed off the Chinese for, like, literally no reason, which is really, really fucking dumb. It basically accomplished absolutely nothing but fuck over American soybean farmers for no fucking reason, because, again, we're dealing with a fucking brain-leaking dipshit here. But here, some of the, I guess, additional details. So, Iran, obviously, ally of fucking China. China, not particularly happy about the actions of Israel, and America within Iran. For what reason exactly? Because they're allies with one another, and a lot of the instabilities through oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, they're probably not happy about that either. Of course, the Middle East loomed large over the talks. In the run-up to and during the summit, Trump and officials from the administration, or from his administration, gave mixed messages about how much help they were requesting from the Chinese to push Iran to the negotiating table. We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar about how we want it to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. Or mostly the Chinese just want the fucking straits open and to have the U.S. take responsibility for their actions within, well, Iran specifically. Doi. China will not be drawn on what further support might look like, the foreign ministry said on Saturday. This conflict, which should have never happened, has no reason to continue. It added that China has been working tirelessly to end the fighting and strive for peace, citing Xi's four-point proposal for peace in the Middle East released before the visit. Trump said on Friday that he was considering lifting sanctions on Chinese companies that purchase Iranian oil, with a decision to come in the next few days. Well, that's a little fucking interesting. So essentially just giving exactly what the fucking Chinese want for like no reason, for some like vague notion of, China, can you get like Iran to come to the negotiating table because I can't fucking do it because I'm too stupid. That's great. Taiwan, here's what I'm most interested in. Trump told Fox News he's still considering whether to move ahead with a major arms package for Taiwan planned for this year. Nixing the package, which was about worth $14 billion, would satisfy one of Beijing's key demands over its self-governing island, which it claims. Well, that's cool. So, again, just giving the Chinese a bunch of things that they want for, like, literally no reason. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, just for the fucking lefties. If the current polling within Taiwan, for example, has said that they want to maintain the current fucking status quo, if there is a referendum conducted by the Taiwanese saying that they want to join up with China, then that should obviously be respected. But so far, the Taiwanese people have not been interested in that. Why? Because they're basically their own culture, distinct fucking country, and for whatever reason, Han ethno-nationalism within China is not willing to fucking accept that. Because again, we're dealing with fucking nationalists here, but for whatever reason, like, lefties want to do a bunch of cover for that specifically, which doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It's really, really fucking stupid. They often talk about how Taiwan is essentially being used as a piece in Chinese fucking brinksmanship, essentially. Then okay, then you should basically say the exact same argument specifically for Japan or South Korea with all the U.S. military equipment that exists there. They are also being used as pawns here for quote-unquote containing China. And perhaps, just maybe, we should also talk about how China continues to do flagrant violations of sovereign territorial waters of a bunch of their neighbors within the South China Sea, of which a bunch of these other, like, Southeast Asian countries, like, say, the Philippines, have said, yeah, we are very much so not okay with that. And we are not okay with all of these violations of, well, not only the Taiwanese airspace, and, like, but of also their sovereign waters, and also that of, well, Filipino fucking waters as well. Or Philippine waters? Sure. The water of... The sovereign water territory of the fucking goddamn Philippines. They are not particularly happy about that. Which makes sense why there was more U.S. troops sent within the fucking Philippines. Because of that specifically. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad or not. It just makes sense why that happened. Observers had expected little movement from the U.S. over Taiwan, and Trump's Secretary of State Marco Rubio insisted in Beijing that there had been no shift on policy. The U.S. does not formally recognize Taiwan, but does supply with the means to defend itself, with the hope that U.S. weapons will deter Beijing from launching an attack, which I think is fine, guys. Again, it's like, dog, I think it's fine for the Ukrainians to get a bunch of fucking weapons to deter invasion, right? Just like how I think it's also fine for the Chinese to send the Iranians a bunch of fucking weapons so they can also deter any form of invasion from the U.S. and Israel. I think that's pretty fucking reasonable. Trump said he made no commitment on Xi on Taiwan. Xi warned Trump that Taiwan was the most important issue in the U.S.-China relationship. In terms of trade, Trump said on Friday he made fantastic trade deals with Xi. I don't believe him. Not clear what it is yet. There were talks before the summit of the trade priorities being the 3 Bs: beef, soybeans, and Boeings? Oh, like the planes. Okay. U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer said on Friday he expected China to buy double-digit billions worth of U.S. farm goods over the next 3 years. China has not officially confirmed this. So we all know why the Chinese decided to stop buying as many U.S. soybeans, right? Which affected U.S. farmers. Because the Liberation Day tariffs this fucking dumbass basically put in place because of all the dumbass conspiracy theories he has in his head about China. So that's cool. And unironically, he decided to give up to $40 billion to Argentina, which was the biggest competitor for fucking U.S. farmers. And the Chinese decided to be like, oh, okay, we'll just start buying from the Argentinians instead. We'll just get fucking soybeans from there instead. It's just like, wow. Nice job shooting yourself in the foot twice there, Trump. Because of your dumbass fucking tariffs. Like, Jesus Christ. It's so fucking goofy, man. On Boeing's, it was announced that China would buy 200 of the U.S. company's jets. One of Trump's flagship products that he would like to promote overseas. Trump later said that number could go up to 750. Sure, man. There was no news on a comprehensive deal to restore normal trade between the world's 2 biggest superpowers. Although there's a truce on the tariff war that Trump launched last year that is set to expire in November. Oh boy, I would love to see how that fucking continues. And I mean, if it does, it's only going to make the economic situation within the United States of America significantly worse than it is right now, given the current war that's happening within Iran. But whatever. Does Trump care about any of that? No, not so much. He could give honestly less of a flying fuck about that. But generally speaking, when it comes to Trump, if he could just, like, I don't know, do anything to just, like, get some form of, like, a bravado or celebratory victory so he can, like, jingle some fucking keys to his, like, dumbass fucking sycophants. Because all of them were, like, celebrating the fact that the Chinese, like, unironically rolled out the fucking red carpet for him. It's like, they're doing that to appease you fucking morons. So then he has, like, some claimant to fucking victory, right? Like, they're making fun of you. It's the same thing with the fucking Russians. They're just making fun of you. They're calling you stupid directly to your face, but you're all too dumb to fucking recognize that. So it looks like on trade he didn't really get much of anything. And of course, what? Rare earth minerals and fucking human rights. I'm going to assume basically absolutely nothing whatsoever is going to change on this. At all whatsoever. So what? Trump's favorite card in the economic conflict with China's tariffs, which did nothing. Xi's is rare earths, which I believe China has the largest supply of rare earth minerals in the world, I believe, because of Tibet. Yeah, because of Tibet. China restricted the export of the critical minerals last year, crippling global supply chains and forcing the U.S. to the negotiating table, although China agreed to restore the flow of the commodities in October when the U.S. and China signed a trade war truce. Greer said on Friday that China was still being slow to approve export licenses. He said U.S. officials sometimes had to intervene on behalf of affected companies. Chinese state media did not mention rare earths during the summit, and Trump appears to have left Beijing without an agreement on their supplies. Oh, no movement there. Very cool. And then apparently they also talked about human rights. Sure, man. Trump said on Friday Xi was seriously considering releasing pastors detained in China, but the case of Hong Kong media tycoon Jimmy Lai was a tough one. Lai, a pro-democracy activist, was sentenced 20 years in prison last year. His family has personally appealed to Trump for help in securing his release. Lai's daughter, Claire, told the Associated Press on Friday, "I'm confident he and his administration will be the ones to free my father." I wouldn't fucking... I don't know, put your eggs in that fucking basket here in particular. But here, continuing on fucking Taiwan. Obviously, Trump, and there's I think a bunch of different clips here talking about, like, yeah, him essentially having, like, a rather whiff-waffly fucking position on Taiwan specifically, right? where he says like, oh, you know, he may do a fucking deal, he may stop the fucking deal of sending weapons to Taiwan, or maybe he might actually just keep the relationship with Taiwan as is, or maybe just he will actually not send any of the weapons whatsoever, or like, who really knows exactly, right? He's being incredibly whiff-waffly here for literally no fucking goddamn reason. Why? Because in reality, he doesn't really care all that much whatsoever about the relationship with the US and the Taiwanese, right? Because, again, we know that Trump is a simp to fucking billionaires. If he can basically, I don't know, have any sort of particular, I don't know, a billionaire, or not billionaire, or rather dictator, be a fan of him, he will do anything possible in order to get that sort of, and I've said this before, main character syndrome. There's a reason why Donald Trump wants to be a dictator so badly. It's because he sees them, generally speaking, as the main character, as a part of their sort of country. And he desperately wants to have that main character vibe and energy, when in reality, he's like the idiot that follows along other idiots and just like laughs along, or like just basically the head idiot with a bunch of idiots who like follow him along and just like laugh at his like idiotic fucking antics. That's mostly what it is. He's basically the idiot character who wants to be the fucking protagonist of a fucking anime. It's really fucking stupid.
Would the US defend Taiwan if it came to it?
I defend them. I said, I don't talk.
Would the US defend Taiwan if it came to it?
I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say that.
By the way, that's a massive victory right there alone for fucking China. Because, again, the consistent position has been, well, mostly ambiguity there, but that if China were to theoretically attack the Taiwanese, that they would be getting a bunch of fucking weapons, right? A bunch of fucking help in order to be able to, get the help that they need in order to be able to defend themselves. Again, similar to that of Ukraine.
There's only one person that knows that. You know who it is? Me. I'm the only person. That question was asked to me today by President Xi. I said, I don't talk about those things.
I mean, you probably should talk about that because apparently the buck stops with you, but you also don't talk about it at the same time. That's a little interesting.
He asked you if you would send troops, if you would. He asked me if I defend them. I said, I don't talk about that.
You tell him now.
I don't talk about that.
He doesn't talk about it, folks. He's not going to talk about it. He has no idea. Like, you know, whatever. Why would I defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion? I don't want to defend the Ukrainians from a Russian invasion, so why should I defend the Taiwanese guys? Why should I? And here, apparently, he wants now the relationship between Taiwan and China to stay as it is. So, again, you're not willing to, like, help them out whatsoever if they were to fucking invade, but you want the relationship to stay as it is, which, again, that's what the Taiwanese basically want. They want the relationship to stay as is, but China is signaling that they do not want the relationship to stay as is, right? They want to be aggressive against the fucking Taiwanese and take over the territory of Taiwan for themselves because they have a bunch of dumbass fucking Han ethno-nationalists that they want to satiate. Because again, instead of like dealing with the housing crisis that they have right now, they would prefer to do like military fucking adventurism. I think that seems to happen very commonly.
But they have somebody there now that wants to go independent. Well, it's a risky thing when you go independent. You know, they're going independent because they want to get into a war and they figure they have the United States behind them.
What does that exactly fucking mean then? Like, what are you talking about here? The Taiwanese throughout polling consistently have talked about how they want to keep the current status quo as is, where they are effectively a country but not actually a country, but kind of sort of is a country, but in all effect it's a country except in name only. And they are okay with that current fucking status quo. Again, if there is a referendum saying that they want to fucking rejoin, then they can do that. That is the decision ultimately up to the fucking Taiwanese people. It is not up to Xi Jinping or Beijing or Chinese people to come up with that decision. That is ultimately up to Taiwan to make that fucking decision. But then again, most people don't seem to understand that for some reason.
I'd like to see it stay the way it is. And I'll tell you something. I'll make a little news. I'd like to see everybody making chips over in Taiwan come into America, because to be honest with you, I think it's the greatest thing you can do.
Yeah, of course, dude.
Because it's a heated situation.
That's mostly, I think, the biggest reason why he's upset with the Taiwanese. He's upset with the fact that Taiwanese companies don't seem to be working with like America to manufacture a bunch of chips in America. Trump, you unironically were the guy who decided to tear up the CHIPS Act because Biden was the one who signed the CHIPS Act into law. And guess what that did? Bring back some chip manufacturing within the United States of America. But you fucking tore that shit up. Stupid.
There's no question about it. And as you know, we have massive amounts of chip companies now from Taiwan already coming in. We expect to have 40 to 50% of the world chip business by the end of my term. And
I don't believe them.
I think it should be even more than that. I think all of those chip companies, if they're smart, they're going to start heading to Arizona and the places where they're building.
We'll see if ultimately that's going to happen, or if they're just not doing that as a byproduct of the Chips and Sciences Act, which his predecessor fucking signed. But here, now Trump unapproving the congressional approved weapons sales to fucking Taiwan. Now he may not fucking do it. So I guess, fuck it, if I'm not going to say anything about China whatsoever, if they may potentially do an attack, I'm not going to say anything, right? But, that weapons package that the Taiwanese, which has already been approved by Congress, I might not actually give them it. So it's just like, okay, so then, you're just essentially trying to give the Chinese what they want for whatever fucking reason. Very, very fucking cool.
People of Taiwan feel more or less secure after your meetings with President Xi?
Neutral. Neutral.
Has the policy changed at all?
No, nothing's
US
changed.
policy.
No, nothing.
Wait, how do you know that the Taiwanese people feel neutral when you're saying that you may not approve the weapons sales to Taiwan? Now, because here's the thing. Personally, I think the best way to deal with China is with cooperation, essentially. And just say, listen, just don't invade your neighbors. Don't be a fucking asshole, okay? Don't do that, because that's bad. Yada, yada, yada. Imperial ambitions is terrible. But here's the thing. Trump doesn't give a fuck about people having imperial ambitions. He wants people to have imperial ambitions because he himself also has imperial ambitions, right? He wants to do, Pax Americana fucking bullshit, right? And if China does their own, Pax China fucking bullshit, he's going to be totally okay with that. He doesn't really give much of a shit about that whatsoever, right? So if China were to hypothetically invade Taiwan, is he actually going to do anything about it? Probably not. And China is essentially going to be left up shit creek, for lack of a better term, right? Unless the Taiwanese somehow negotiate a deal with the Japanese or the South Koreans to try to get U.S. weapons through them, and they start purchasing weapons, more and more weapons from the U.S. as a fucking third party. Kind of similar to what NATO is doing with the Ukrainians, for example. They buy the fucking weapons and then send them all to the fucking goddamn Ukrainians instead, right? So that's the kind of dynamic that we currently have right now within Ukraine. Perhaps something similar is also going to fucking happen here as well.
Nothing's changed. I will say this. I'm not looking to have somebody go independent and, we're supposed to travel 9,500 miles to fight a war. I'm not looking for that. I want them to cool down. I want China to cool down.
So that's the point of sending them the weapons, is to deter the Chinese from attacking the Taiwanese. That's kind of the point. That's how it's supposed to work. But I mean, if you do negotiated deals where that essentially lead to fucking nothing, then and continue to piss off the Chinese with your idiotic actions within Ukraine, maybe, just maybe, the Chinese will eventually go ahead and start, I don't know, committing to want to do an invasion of Taiwan. Who really knows?
Cool down.
But you're waiting on approving billions of dollars of weapons for Taiwan.
That's right.
Is that moving forward?
Well, I haven't approved it yet. We're going to see what happens.
What are you looking
I may
for?
do it. I may not do it.
Yeah, what's your hinge point?
Well, I'm not going to say that, but I may do it. I may not do it. But we're not looking to have wars. And if you kept it...
Basically, whatever vibe, I don't know, maybe the Taiwanese need to suck his cock or something. whatever.
The way it is, I think China's going to be okay with that. But we're not looking to have somebody say, let's go independent because the United States is backing us. You know,
So President Xi probably liked that you haven't approved the weapons to Taiwan.
I would say like is maybe too strong a word because he thinks I could do it with just the signing of my signature, unlike Biden who couldn't sign his signature. No, I'm holding that in abeyance, and it depends on China. It depends. It's a very good negotiating chip for us, frankly. Your problem.
It's not a good negotiating chip for you, you fucking idiot. How the fuck is that a good negotiating chip for you? A good negotiating chip for you would be a more armed Taiwan. Okay, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Stupid. Like, basically just like fucking over the Taiwanese for like literally no fucking goddamn reason. It's great. It's fantastic. Even though like Taiwanese don't want invasion from fucking China. It's really, really fucking stupid. But here, I don't know, some like silly, goofy stuff that happened throughout this entire fucking summit. So Fox News apparently got ticketed by surveillance cameras within China after illegally parking for just 2 minutes. That's fucking hilarious. And these dumbasses are complaining about widespread surveillance happening within Beijing. What if I were to tell you that there's already a fucking comparison to this? Fox News is literally doing this exact same thing here in this dumbass fucking edit where there's already fucking cameras all over the place within various big fucking US cities monitoring like illegal fucking parkings or people speeding through fucking lights or something or trying to run red lights. All these things are already all over the place. But, you know, it's fine if the United States does it. But if China does it, you know, that means it's like a Big Brother 1984. Your social credit scores being fucking, I don't know, like lowered because of the fact that you did an illegal fucking parking job. It's like, okay. And you're saying that, like, I don't know, like the same thing wouldn't happen to sort of your fucking credit score or something if you were sent to jail or something for not paying your parking ticket. Okay, that's a little bit of an extreme case, but it's a fucking idiotic fucking comparison. Yeah, that's true. China is a word, and China is well, bad because it's a word, so whatever. China equals bad by the correlative. No, by the transitive fucking property. That's true, Zane. But here, I guess, final fucking meme in all of this, right? Trump, I guess, so far cementing the downfall of the United States of America by now calling China, or making China, a fucking superpower. Very, very cool.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again.
What's up?
So today, we're going to
Thanks,
talk about
YouTube.
the U.S. versus China.
China.
Trump made China a superpower edition. Trump finished a high-stakes summit in China. And while political partisans are already calling it a total victory or a total disaster, the reality is that early signs indicate it wasn't.
Yeah, obviously, it's not really a victory or a disaster. I mean, it didn't really do anything. If anything, it's just the Taiwanese kind of got the short end of the stick, despite the fact they were not even present during the negotiations, seemingly for, like, no reason.
Either. Trump really wanted to get China to clean up his mess in Iran and push Iran to make peace.
Obviously, that's not
The
happening.
readouts seem to indicate he was unable to move the needle. China cared as much about his pressure as Trump said he cared about Americans' financial situations. Not even a little bit. In fact, while Trump was there begging for China's help, Iran was doubling down on its control of the strait. But if you actually thought Trump was going to get Beijing to bend on that, you probably still believe Trump obliterated Iran's nuclear program and that the U.S.
Unironically, him thinking that China was going to do anything, like, whatsoever to try to clean up his fucking mess. It's like the exact same fucking bullshit, to be honest, that he was trying to do in order to beg the Europeans to join in on his fucking war, and Canada as well. And everyone was just like, no, you and Israel made this mess. Clean it up. And same thing with like a lot of the Gulf states. They were just like, no, you started this. Clean this mess up. Like, what the fuck? Take responsibility for your actions. You guys are the ones who started bombing Iran for no reason. And now guess what? We have to deal with the fucking consequences. Although now apparently the Gulf states have started to actually bomb Iran. At least a little bit more in comparison to that of the United States of America. It's just really, really fucking dumb, man. Like, in every single way that the U.S. could have metaphorically shot itself in the foot with Iran, it just did.
U.S. has decisively won the war. So, that part was a failure. But it does look like Trump got a little movement on trade, but not much. Honestly, it's Trump doing foreign policy. As long as he knew what country he was in and didn't threaten to invade an ally, at this point, he gets to count it as a win. That's how far the U.S. has fallen.
Yep.
But it's something that Trump did just before the plane ride over that scrambled headlines all over the world. Trump promoted China to a superpower. I don't mean that in some deep foreign policy analysis sort of way. I mean the President of the United States publicly called them a superpower. Trump said, quote,
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like that's just like a perfect encapsulation of the decline of the United States of America. Because no, like, president will ever say that another power is on equal footing with them. Now, you can take a look at it all sort of objectively and say, like, yes, in terms of, like, economic productivity, socioeconomic factors, blah, 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 can we say that the United States is at parity with China? Not really. I would say that China is lapping the United States in terms of a lot of respects, to be honest. In terms of, like, the sort of, like, quality of living standard in comparison to your average American, to your average Chinese citizen, could you say that it's better? Marginally. Depends on sort of what you're looking at in particular, but it's a macroeconomic thing that's, like, very, very complicated to sort of assess, right? Like, are there a lot of instances of Chinese, like, manufacturing workers being treated like shit and not being able to have, like, really, really great living conditions? Yes, absolutely. Oh, you can say the exact same argument for also that of the American sort of, like, manufacturing worker. Generally speaking, the quality of life for your average American, I would probably say, is higher than that of your average Chinese citizen, I would say, although honestly that's, like, kind of marginal. But in terms of, like, say, scientific and, like, technological development, energy transition as well, China is currently lapping the United States of America, right? Like, that's not even fucking close, because basically for the past 10 years within the United States of America, let's just say, for lack of a better term, there has been quite a fucking lapse in terms of scientific and, like, green achievement.
We're the two superpowers. We're the strongest nation on Earth in terms of military. China's considered second. We can't find an example of another president doing that. Major power, great power, near peer, strategic competitor, rising power, or even emerging superpower. But couldn't find superpower. Let's start with this. China isn't a superpower. They could be soon, but they aren't yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. And I think what Bell is going to mention here is that China can't really force project. Like, the United States has about 800 military bases around the world. If the U.S. wants to force project, they could. China doesn't really have that quite yet.
It's worth noting that Xi himself referenced the Thucydides trap, which indicates they believe they're an emerging power, not an established one. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, a superpower needs
I remember, like, literally all the, like, weird MAGA dumbasses were trying to talk about the Thucydides trap as, like, a way to show that China is not actually, like, an emerging power, and that's, like, the epic own from Trump or some shit. It's just very, very weird. No, like, China is only mentioning that specifically because, again, and I think, like, historically speaking, Thucydides was, I think, an Athenian writer talking about how Sparta was, like, an emerging sort of power prior to the Peloponnesian War, right? How, in terms of, like, military might and prowess, Sparta was certainly up there. And they were about to get the population in order to be able to conduct a war, mostly through a lot of the slave populations that they were inducting into their sort of empire in the Peloponnese. Empire, sort of, but whatever. In the relative scale of, like, the time period, yes, yada, 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 whatever. With all the, like, various city-states they conquered because of their really, really good military, blah, 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 blah. The Spartans were seen as a large emerging power before the Peloponnesian War that was going to happen between the Delian League and the Peloponnesian League, right? And they were eventually going to butt heads with one another through various competing interests throughout the Aegean and the peninsula of Greece.
Massive economic footprint. They've got that. They need massive diplomatic influence. They're getting that. And some would argue they've crossed that line. Tech and industrial capacity.
They have
Check.
that.
They've got that too. They need financial dominance. This is different from the...
That is probably not going to happen quite yet because the Chinese yuan is not really in like the same position as like say the fucking petrodollar. Like no Gulf states are inherently going to start trading within the yuan, although Iran has started trading with the yuan over the American dollar, which is part of the reason why Trump probably wants to do regime change within Iran specifically.
Economic footprint. They need to be able to exert pressure through sanctions and aid. They're close, but not there yet.
They can't do that yet.
They need military capacity and the ability to force project across the world. They've got the capacity, but they can't force project across the world yet.
Yeah, they don't have military bases all over the world, so yeah, for force projection, not really a thing they can do yet.
That being said, with Trump seemingly doing everything in his power to limit U.S. force projection capability, we might end up on the same page soon, as they get a little better and we get a lot worse.
And generally speaking, just to like play into the fact that also with the lessening of the value of the U.S. dollar through a lot of Trump's tariff policies and economic policies, it may eventually become the case where the Chinese yuan, for example, that being, of course, the currency of China, may be the main sort of dollar that's going to be traded because of Trump's, well, really bad economic policies.
But that's actual capability. Perceived capability is something else. And Trump created the perception of them as a peer, rather than a near peer. Will that perception take hold? Go ahead and hit your favorite news search engine and look for headlines with the word superpowers. Plural, meaning more than one. There's a list of outlets now openly calling China a superpower in their headlines. That's going to encourage other nations to view them as not just an emerging superpower, but a full-fledged one.
That's true.
Those countries treating them as a superpower will mean they'll become one. China is in the...
Which, by the way, I don't think is really necessarily a good thing given the current economic sort of conditions that we find ourselves under. Because, again, when there was two fucking superpowers, what ended up happening? The Cold War, right? And because of the various imperial interests throughout the world by both the Soviet Union and also the United States of America, who were the ones that generally suffered the most as a byproduct of that? Oh, it was the global fucking South. They were the ones who suffered more. So, as a result of this, and I've said this before, given the hyper late stage capitalist position that we find ourselves under, I think it is better to have a hegemon in comparison to that of two, basically near peer fucking superpowers. I don't think it's a good thing to have those superpowers because their competing interests, they're going to be wanting to pursue those more and more fucking aggressively at the expense of a bunch of other people that are below them or are in the fucking middle. That is the issue, which is why I do not think it's a general good thing for China to be, broadly speaking, called a superpower. Better for it to be called a near power because, again, there's going to be an emerging Cold War out of all this, and I think that's a worse outcome in comparison to that of there only being one hegemon. Does it kind of make sense what I'm saying here? Like, not that I think it's a good thing that the United States is the world hegemon, right? That's not what I'm saying. I think it is better for there to only be one hegemon in comparison to that of two near powers because of the general conditions that led to the fucking Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. Although, honestly, like, maybe it'll incentivize and I guess this is like the one argument that I can be partial to wanting another world power to be at the same foot as the United States of America. It would definitely make it such that the people within power of the United States have to be a lot smarter and a lot more, shall we say, calculated with a lot of their sort of decisions and positions that they generally speaking take in a geopolitical sense and in an economic sense and perhaps even a scientific sense, because of them having to make sure that they are outcompeting China in terms of every aspect, quote unquote. So I guess like in that sort of sense, it would be a good thing instead of like the, shall we say, the brain drain that's been happening as a byproduct of the United States of America just being a, well, collection of like pedophilic, avaricious dumbasses just like running the entirety of the show. I hope it kind of makes sense what I'm like saying here. Competition with China may spurn like a, maybe not like a second golden age of America, but perhaps like a resurgence of America to be able to be more competitive in the world or something, because now they're being forced to actually have to compete against someone who is close to them. Some food for thought.
Fake it till you make it phase of being a superpower.
Yeah, put some fire in your ass kind of a deal. You get what I'm saying, Zane.
Trump won't be able to put that genie back in the bottle. We are no longer the world's only superpower. Anyway.
That's going to make a lot of very annoying people soy out constantly. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Top G, of course. You know what he did? He continued to do nothing, and he just won. Yeah, he did nothing, and he just won. Like, Trump just basically is giving him what he wants on Taiwan, saying, kind of being whiff-waffly in terms of support of Taiwan, saying like, well, you know, maybe we'll give them weapons, maybe we won't give them weapons, maybe we'll help them out, but maybe we will. I have no idea. It just depends on what I feel. With the Taiwanese being able to have any input on the decision, no, none whatsoever. Even though, like, the only reason why China is pursuing this is for one reason only, to satiate Han ethno-nationalists within the fucking goddamn, well, country, because Xi himself is also a nationalist. Shocker, I know. And also being called a superpower by the United States of America for, like, literally no reason. Otherwise, in terms of everything else, really nothing much has changed whatsoever, right? There are apparently a bunch of deals that have been put in place with, like, hardly any fucking details. Because, again, if there were any deals that were put in place, then the president would have been bragging about the constant details and talking about all the wins that he had. Clearly, that is not the fucking case because he's made no such brags whatsoever. So, has anything actually been achieved with any of these negotiations? My bet is probably not. And barely anything has fucking changed. We'll see what happens in November once those tariffs potentially go back in, although apparently there's been some slight movement in that particular respect, but probably not enough to sort of stop that expiration of that trade war truce between the US and the fucking Chinese. So maybe there'll be another summit where either absolutely nothing happens or maybe there will be some movement. Probably not, given the current team that's in place and the president of the United States being a brain-leaking dipshit who gets impressed by a bunch of, well, Chinese people clapping for him and there being a red carpet in front of him because we're dealing with an incredibly egotistical, narcissistic, pedophilic fucking dipshit in Donald Trump in, well, office who can be very, very easily played to with his incredibly fucking overinflated ego. But yeah, like, what else is there to really say? Not much has fucking changed between the relationship of these two countries, and is anything really slated to change whatsoever? Probably not. I mean, we'll see what happens with all these deals and whatnot, although I'm personally not really sort of, I don't know, optimistic. I'm skeptical, rather, I would say, about there being really much movement in terms of China whatsoever for the United States of America, because again, Trump is too stupid to be able to, well, have any sort of like wherewithal or ability to sort of, I don't know, like negotiate and navigate a rather complex situation like this when it comes to, say, a geopolitical high stakes summit like that he had within Beijing. I guess it's just another instance of China or Topshi essentially sitting around doing nothing and fucking winning. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice meme. Alright, it's 4 in the morning, we're raiding out. But who do we raid out to today? I'm just glad we got through that segment. Because that one's been open for a long time. And I really had to get through it. And we got right through it. Why don't we raid out to USA hole? USA hole. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the trans stride, the Daho raid, but how. And if you are a non-sub, rather, then you say Wowie with the Daho raid, but how we show appreciation. Those are into any case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Hopefully I can finally start to get some basic ores for my factoring of my Oreos. I hope I can finally fucking start to actually produce some fucking plates and shit. Hopefully. We'll see what happens. And you, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers. Oh yeah, and we'll also be continuing to yap about a bunch of stuff. Of course. Can't forget to mention that. And you. Peace out, gamers.